Jin Shiyuan's impatient voice cut through the quiet boutique. Bring out the newest pieces now. Salesperson's lips curved into a cold smile as she led them to the most expensive section. She selected a modified silk dress and held it out to Jin Shiyuan. The moment Jin Shiyuan saw the dress, her eyes lit up. No wonder this brand was the darling of every elite wife and socialite in capital city. The fabric, the tailoring, the design, even the top international labels couldn't compete. Whoever designed for this store was a genius, their skill on par with the world's best couturiers. Jin Shiyuan fought to keep the admiration off her face. She lifted her chin and said haughtily, "Hand it over. I'll try it on." She reached out to snatch it from salesperson's hands. Salesperson knew exactly what she was planning. She pulled the dress away. "Since you want me to serve you, second Miss Jin, I'll serve you all the way this way, please." A flicker of annoyance crossed Jin Shiyuan's face. If salesperson came into the fitting room, how was she supposed to take photos? "No need," she said coldly. "I don't like people watching me change." Salesperson smirked. "Aren't you a Jin family, miss? It seems no one at home helps you dress, so your standing as a Jin daughter isn't exactly legitimate, is it?" "What did you say?" Thug 1 snapped. "Our Shiyuan has hundreds of servants at home. 10 of them assist her just getting out of bed in the morning. If you don't know anything, shut your mouth." Thug 2 chimed in. "Exactly, Shiyuan. You're too soft. Let the help do their job." Salesperson almost laughed out loud. What a load of crap. All that hot air could punch a hole in the ozone layer. Jin Shiyuan had no choice but to let salesperson follow her into the fitting room. Inside, a full-length mirror dominated one wall. The moment Jin Shiyuan slipped into the dress, she was stunned by her own reflection. The dress was breathtaking. Her hand itched to pull out her phone. Salesperson caught the intent instantly and gave a cold snort before swinging the fitting room door open. Jin Shiyuan's 2 thugs swarmed around her, drowning her in praise. "Oh my God, Shiyuan, are you a goddess? You're drop-dead gorgeous. This dress was made for you. It fits like it was custom-tailored, so stunning. Walk out in that, and every trust fund playboy and self-made millionaire will be on his knees." Jin Shiyuan twisted and turned in front of the mirror, deeply satisfied, but she wasn't completely carried away. This store was way out of her budget. Her real goal today was to snap photos of the designs for inspiration. She made an excuse. "You too, take a picture for me. I'll send it to my mom." The 2 thugs obediently raised their phones. Salesperson stepped forward immediately. "I'm sorry, no photos are allowed in this store. Please understand." Jin Shiyuan frowned. "Why can't I take pictures? That's ridiculous." Salesperson pointed to the no photography sign on the wall and sneered. "Exclusive copyright. If you want pictures, you'll have to buy the dress and take them at home. This dress is only 4,800,000. Surely second Miss Jin isn't too broke to afford that." 4,800,000? Jin Shiyuan's eyes flew wide with shock. Why not just rob her? Seeing salesperson's attitude, Thug 1 scoffed. 4.8 million is nothing. Stop looking down on people. Our Shiyuan can definitely afford it. Thug 2 added, "That's right. Shiyuan's family background isn't something a servant like you could even imagine. Shiyuan, just slap your black card in her face. Seriously. You're too nice. being polite to her like that, but as your friend, I can't stand this treatment. Jin Shiyuan wanted to scream. She'd brought these two along to show off, but they had zero situational awareness. She didn't have that kind of money. Salesperson pressed her advantage, so, card or transfer? She was quick on the uptake. Before she even finished speaking, she appeared with a card reader and a payment QR code. Jin Shiyuan's fists clenched at her sides. She had no idea what to do. Her entire savings added up to 4,200,000. Not enough. If only she hadn't brought those two idiots. Her two thugs noticed her hesitation and started prodding. Shiyuan, what's wrong? Why aren't you paying? One of them figured it out and dashed to the fitting room to grab Jin Shiyuan's bag. Your phone and cards are in here, right? I brought them over. Hurry up and pay. Put that woman in her place. She shot a glare at salesperson. Salesperson crossed her arms and laughed coldly. Second Miss Jin, don't tell me you actually can't afford it. In that case, take off the dress. Now that if you damage it, you definitely won't be able to compensate. Jin Shiyuan gritted her teeth and glared at salesperson. Bitch. Humiliating her like this in front of her friends. Once she won that world championship in fashion design, she'd make her pay. But her two thugs weren't about to let this go. That they'd been Jin Shiyuan's classmates back when the Jin family was at its peak, and they were used to lording it over others together. After taking an insult like this, there was no way they'd swallow it quietly. How dare you talk to her like that? Shiyuan is a VIP. Here. Who the hell do you think you are? Yeah, Shiyuan might be too nice to say it, but you're out of line. Let me tell you something, Shiyuan's the kind one, not us. Mess with her and you mess with us. Salesperson poured gasoline on the flames. Then pay up and quit yapping. If you can't afford it, leave. We have other customers to serve. That did it. The two thugs exploded. They lunged at salesperson. Say that again and we'll beat you to death. They were ready to throw hands. Salesperson had been waiting for exactly this moment. She glanced up at the security camera, and a cold smile played on her lips. She put on a terrified expression and lifted her hands. Don't hit me. As her arms went up, a tiny button shot from her palm, fast, precise, straight into one girl's elbow. The girl's raised arm slammed down onto her friend's head. Oh. The second girl yelped, grabbed her skull, and stumbled backward. She crashed straight into Li Weiqing. Li Yaqing was standing right behind her. The impact knocked her off balance. In 4-inch heels, she wobbled, about to go down. The first girl lunged to catch her. Big mistake. Her hand caught the hem of Li Yaqing's silk dress rip. The fabric tore clean through at the waist. Li Yaqing didn't hit the floor, but her dress, worth 4.8 million, was destroyed. The salesperson gasped. Oh my God, you tore the dress. It's 4.8 million. Li Yaqing's face went white. Her two hangers-on didn't even blink. One of them said, "What's the big deal? Yaqing can totally afford that." The other chimed in, "Right. 480,000. Try 48 million. Yaqing wouldn't even flinch. Shut up. Li Yaqing finally snapped. One of them looked wounded. Yaqing, we're trying to help. Why are you screaming at us? The other crossed her arms. Yeah, we did all this for you, and you're taking her side. Li Yaqing was about to lose her mind over these two idiots. You didn't do this for me, she nearly shrieked. You did it for your own egos. Do you have any clue what that dress costs? 4.8 million. You morons won't earn that in your entire life. Their faces soured instantly. The first girl sneered, Li Yaqing. Who do you think you are? We only hung out with you because your family's loaded. She exchanged a look with her friend. Exactly. Nobody actually wants to be your friend. We just pitied you. The second girl added, didn't you say your family has over 100 maids? That's gotta be more than 4.8 a year. It's one dress, get over yourself. Li Yaqing felt like these two were suffocating her. One dress, she roared. Then you pay for it. If you two hadn't started this fight, the dress wouldn't be ruined. Her so-called friends turned on her in a heartbeat. The first one shot back, we don't have that kind of money. The dress got torn while you were wearing it, you pay. The second, the one who'd torn it, huffed. And I was trying to catch you. If I hadn't, you'd be on the floor with a dirty dress, and you'd still have to buy it. Wang Wanjuan cut through the noise. The dress is destroyed. Pay now, or I'm calling the cops. One of the hangers-on panicked. Deal with her, she was going to buy it anyway. The other blurted, we don't have any money. Li Yaqing jabbed a finger at the girl who'd ripped the fabric. You tore it, you pay. The girl's eyes widened. Li Yaqing, have you no shame? A rich girl trying to stiff her own friends. Just then, Wu Jingyi stepped out from the back. She took in the chaos and asked, what's going on here? Li Yaqing rushed to her. Boss, perfect timing. Your salesperson started a fight with my friends, and now the dress is ruined. What are you going to do about it? Her two ex-friends caught on fast, chiming in, yeah, if she hadn't provoked us, none of this would have happened. It's all her fault. Wu Jingyi glanced at the torn dress on Li Yaqing, then let out a sly smile. Oh, you've got the wrong person. I'm not the boss here. She nodded toward Wang Wanjuan. She is. Li Yaqing froze. She stared at Wang Wanjuan in disbelief. You're the boss? No way. Wang Wanjuan, a fallen heiress, own a place like this? Impossible. Wang Wanjuan arched an eyebrow. Would you like to see the business license? It clicked for Li Yaqing all at once. You planned this. You deliberately set me up to destroy that dress so I'd have to pay for it. Wang Wanjuan crossed her arms, a smirk playing at the corner of her lips. Careful. That's slander. I'll sue you for defamation. The whole thing's on camera. Try to weasel out of paying, and I'll call the police myself. All she'd done was flick a button. The cameras wouldn't catch that. Even if they did, who'd believe a tiny button caused that much damage? Everyone would assume it had just popped off during the scuffle. The word police sent Li Yaqing into a fresh wave of panic. She'd just survived a viral hate storm. If she ended up in a police station now, her life was over. She clenched her fists. Fine. I'll pay. She pulled a card from her bag. Ring it up. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Wang Wanjuan's eyes. She nodded at the salesperson. The salesperson brought over the POS machine and swiped the card. Insufficient balance, she smiled politely. Your card doesn't have enough funds. Do you have another? The two ex-friends jumped in. That's impossible. Is your machine broken? One demanded. It's only 480,000. Yaqing can totally cover it. The other added. Li Yaqing's face burned with humiliation. She was done with these idiots. No point saving face now. Her voice went cold. I only have 4.2 million on this card. The dress is 4.8. I'm short 600,000. What? The two girls gaped. You don't even have 4.8 million? All that big talk about your family's billions, you've been playing us this whole time? We've been kissing your ass for months. You say jump. We ask how high. We fed your ego non-stop. And you're a fake heiress? 100 servants. Designer clothes every week, all lies. Li Yaqing had already burned the bridge. No more pretending. You believed me. That's your own stupidity. Her ex-friends rolled their eyes. All talk, no money. More like a blind man blowing a trumpet, all bluff. Please. A bat in chicken feathers, trying to pass for a bird. Li Yaqing's voice cracked. Who are you calling a bird? One of them scoffed, with a face that thick. Take a wild guess. The other flipped her hair. Whatever. You're not worth another second. They strutted out of the store. Li Yaqing made a move to chase them down and cuss them out, but the salesperson stopped her. You still haven't settled the bill. Fine, I'll write an IOU. The salesperson looked to Wang Wanjuan. Wang Wanjuan nodded. Li Yaqing scribbled out the IOU, shot Wang Wanjuan a venomous glare, and stormed out in her ruined dress, didn't even bother to change. Wang Wanjuan glanced at Wu Jingyi. Wu Jingyi's smile was pure charm. Don't worry, mister, everything's in place. Our people are waiting for her along the way. A cold light flickered in Wang Wanjuan's eyes. Li Yaqing, the show's just getting started. Jin Shiyuan stood frozen outside the boutique, fists clenched, venom burning in her eyes. Surely. A washed-up heiress owning a store this exclusive, unbelievable. Today she'd drained every cent of her savings and racked up 600,000 in debt, and she'd been humiliated in front of everyone. She wasn't letting that go. The second she won the World Fashion Design Competition, she'd make Xiao Yi pay for every bit of it. Her expression went ice cold. She spun around and stormed off. She'd barely gone a few steps when two employees in boutique uniforms walked past, lugging a black trash bag toward a curbside bin. Their chatter drifted toward her. We're seriously tossing all these? I know, our designer is crazy picky. These are just rejects. Rejects? These sketches are better than most finished pieces I've ever seen. Right. That's exactly why every rich wife and socialite in the capital is dying to get into the boutique. True. Hey, did you hear the World Fashion Design Competition is coming to town? Think our designer's gonna enter. She'd take first place, no question. Nah, the boutique's killing it right now. She doesn't need to mess with contests. Plus, she hates crowds. No way she's competing. Bummer. I heard the prize money is insane. Please, her design fees are through the roof. What's she need prize money for? Hurry up. Let's get rid of this. If the store manager catches us slacking. They heaved the bag into the bin and left. Jin Shiyuan pressed herself into a doorway nearby, heart hammering. An opportunity had just landed in her lap. Inside the boutique. Two salesgirls stood before Xiao Yi and Li Yaqing, heads lowered. Boss, manager, we said exactly what you told us to. Xiao Yi nodded. Good work. You can get back to your duties now. After they slipped away, Li Yaqing leaned in, voice anxious. You really think she'll fall for it? A cold smile ghosted across Xiao Yi's lips. She will, absolutely. Jin Shiyuan was desperate for that trophy. To turn her life around, restore the Jin family's glory, and scrub away her own shame. She'd grab at anything. Li Yaqing's face lit up. Then we just sit back and enjoy the show. I can't wait until the competition. And Xiao Yi stared toward the window, eyes hard as steel. Soon that day would end. Jin Shiyuan and the entire Jin family. Meanwhile, the second the street was empty, Jin Shiyuan crept back to that same bin. She yanked the bag out like a thief, hailed a cab, and climbed in the back seat. She tore it open. A sour, rancid stench hit her in the face. Fighting back her gag reflex, she picked through the mess and pulled out a clean sheet of paper. One glance, and she froze. It was stunning. These were rejects. The design was 10 times better than anything she could create. No wonder the boutique's designer was legendary. Jin Shiyuan stared, mesmerized. When the taxi stopped, she forgot to pay. The driver had to shout 3 times before she snapped out of it. She shoved cash at him, grabbed the bag, and raced into her house. Her mother emerged from the kitchen. Yuan, perfect timing, dinner's ready. Jin Shiyuan didn't even slow down. Busy, eat without me. Her mother watched her disappear up the stairs, muttering, why is she dragging a trash bag around? Upstairs, Jin Shiyuan dumped the contents onto the floor. The stench filled the room, but she didn't care. She scrambled to gather every crumpled sheet, smoothing them out one by one. Design after design spread before her eyes. Rough sketches, but together they formed a complete collection. Greed glittered in her gaze. These were rejects, garbage. The designer wasn't even entering the competition. That meant this could be her work. With these, she'd win the world championship. Jin Shiyuan's eyes hardened. The competition was the day after tomorrow. In Xiao Yi, just you wait. Once I'm world champion, I'll shut down that little boutique of yours for good. Taiping Mountain. Xiao Yi walked through the front door precisely at 6 in the living room. The housekeeper was laughing and chatting with a gorgeous young woman. Xiao Yi had zero use for the housekeeper, so she ignored them both and headed straight for the stairs. Miss An. A sweet, demure voice stopped her. She turned. The woman beside the housekeeper was smiling, gliding toward her. When she reached Xiao Yi, she dipped her head slightly. Miss An, hello. I'm Wu Jingyi, the housekeeper's niece. I'll be working here at Taiping Mountain from now on. I hope you'll take good care of me. And Xiao Yi hadn't really looked at her before. Now, up close, she took her in. Fair skin, seductive eyes, full chest, tiny waist, long legs. A true knockout. And Wu Jingyi had a different kind of heat. Li Yaqing was bold, aggressively sexy. This one had a delicate, soft charm, the kind that could make any man weak in the knees. Hell, it was working on Xiao Yi right now. She forced a small smile. I'm just a guest here too. I can't do much for you. Wu Jingyi's voice turned even sweeter. Still, you arrived before me. If I have any questions, would it be okay to come find you? She batted those big, soft, innocent eyes, her expression wide with open expectation. Xiao Yi's breath caught. Way too tempting. She nodded quickly. Sure. Wu Jingyi beamed. Then I won't bother you any longer. And Xiao Yi nodded again and headed upstairs. The second she was out of sight, Wu Jingyi's expression shifted. Disdain flickered in her eyes. The housekeeper grumbled, she treated me like dirt. Why did you kiss up to her? Wu Jingyi's smile returned, her voice silky. Auntie, the only way to crush an enemy is to get inside their walls, divide and conquer. The housekeeper's face lit up. Oh, you're clever, looks like my good days are just around the corner. Wu Jingyi glanced toward the staircase, smug confidence spreading across her face. And Xiao Yi had barely shut her bedroom door when Jingjing knocked and slipped inside. Jingjing pressed a glass of freshly squeezed juice into her hand. Missen thought you might be thirsty. And Xiao Yi took it with a tired smile. Thanks. Jingjing returned the smile, then hesitated, her brow furrowed, and her voice dropped to a whisper. Missen, you need to keep an eye on Wu Jingyi. And Xiao Yi paused mid-sip. What do you mean? I heard the other maids talking. Wang Wanjuan brought her here to go after Mr. Xiao. She's jealous of how well he treats you, so she dragged in some distant niece to seduce him. The goal is to get you thrown out of Taiping Mountain. And Xiao Yi's eyes lit up. That was the best news she'd heard all week. She was dying to leave this place. The problem was Xiao Yi. The man was impossible to shake. She could never find a clean opening. If Wu Jingyi actually pulled this off, and Xiao Yi would take the woman out to dinner herself. She nodded, carefully smoothing her expression into something neutral. Got it, thanks. A knock cut through the room. Missen, Mr. Xiao wants you downstairs. And Xiao Yi frowned. He was home early. She swapped her clothes for a casual lounge set and headed down. Xiao Yi was sprawled on the living room sofa, legs crossed, absently turning the ring on his finger. Wang Wanjuan and Wu Jingyi stood a few feet to his left, rigid as sentries across from him. The steward waited beside a man she didn't recognize. And Xiao Yi walked up. What's this about, Mr. Xiao? He tipped his chin toward the stranger. Tell him what kind of house you want. She blinked. You're buying me a house? Xiao Yi's narrow eyes settled on her, amusement flickering at the edges. Didn't you say the Taiping Mountain house felt cramped? I'm having those 3 auxiliary buildings torn down. We'll build you something bigger. Wang Wanjuan shot and Xiao Yi a death glare. The estate was already obscenely large, and this woman still wasn't satisfied. Of course she wasn't greedy, grasping fox spirit. Give her another year and she'd drain Xiao Yi White. And Xiao Yi bit back a sigh. She'd never once complained about the size of this place. Why would she? This was temporary. She didn't care if the house was a closet or a palace. She kept her voice flat. That's generous, Mr. Xiao, but no thank you. His expression cooled. The displeasure was unmistakable. If you won't tell me what you want, I'll decide myself. The irritation prickled under her skin. He actually meant it, didn't he? That whole forever speech from earlier. He expected her to stay for life. As if that was ever going to happen. If there's nothing else, she said, I'll be upstairs. She turned to go. Wait. Xiao Yi's voice stopped her cold. He flicked a hand. The steward snapped his fingers, and a parade of boutique salespeople filed in, each pushing a rack loaded with clothing, shoes, handbags. The steward smiled. Missen, the latest from every major house. Mr. Xiao selected them personally. And Xiao Yi stared at the glittering chaos of silk, leather, and gemstones. Her jaw tightened again. She shook her head. I don't need this much. Send it back. The displeasure in Xiao Yi's eyes sharpened into something harder. He rose from the sofa and crossed to her. His height swallowed the space between them, his shadow falling over her. And Xiao Yi, whether I give is my call. Whether you want it is yours. If you don't like it, throw it out. I can afford the waste. She could hear the anger coiled beneath his calm. Pushing him now would be stupid. Fine. He'd told her to throw it away. She'd sell it instead. She exhaled. Fine. The tension in his jaw eased. Better. He turned to the steward. Turn the 3 guest rooms next to Miss An's into walk-in closets. Move everything up. Yes, sir. One more thing. Xiao Yi's gaze swept the salespeople. From now on, every new arrival in her size comes straight to Taiping Mountain. Don't bother asking first. The salespeople practically bowed to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you, Miss An. Wang Wanjuan's knuckles cracked as her fists clenched. $1 billion a year minimum. All for that little gold digger. Wu Jingyi stayed silent, but her eyes didn't miss a thing. The couture gowns, the limited edition bags, the jewelry throwing sparks under the chandelier. This was the life she'd been clawing toward her whole life. Her aunt hadn't exaggerated. An surely wasn't even prettier than her, so what gave her the right to all of it? She was going to take every last bit of it. She stepped forward. Mr. Xiao? She tucked a loose strand of hair behind one ear and started toward him. 2 steps in, she caught her own ankle and pitched forward with a gasp. Xiao Yi sensed the movement and sidestepped cleanly. Wu Jingyi crashed to the floor. Jingyi. Wang Wanjuan scrambled to her, all frantic concern. Wu Jingyi looked up, eyes swimming with tears. Auntie, it hurts so much. Wang Wanjuan rounded on Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, she might be seriously injured. Could you carry her to see a doctor? Xiao Yi had been watching An Ruoxi's retreating figure disappear up the stairs. Wang Wanjuan's voice. He finally glanced down at Wu Jingyi from his full height. His voice came out cold as a blade. If your legs don't work, I can have them removed for you. Wu Jingyi flinched and buried herself against Wang Wanjuan. Xiao Yi didn't spare them another look. He strode toward the stairs. The steward followed. As he passed the 2 women, he cast Wu Jingyi a sidelong glance and suppressed a sigh. The man really had zero concept of handling women gently. Wu Jingyi stayed on the floor, staring after Xiao Yi's back, her small fist slammed against the marble. Wang Wanjuan was panicking now. What do we do? You threw yourself at him and he didn't even blink. A hard light kindled in Wu Jingyi's eyes. She got to her feet, smoothing imaginary wrinkles from her dress. Auntie, relax. We've barely started. Clearly that approach won't work on a man like Xiao Yi, so we switch tactics. She'd never met a man she couldn't figure out. Not one. Wang Wanjuan's expression flickered with hope. What are you planning? Wu Jingyi crossed her arms and smiled, slow and self-satisfied. Ride the wind. Wang Wanjuan had no idea what that meant. Wu Jingyi didn't explain. She swayed her hips and sauntered out of the room. Wang Wanjuan watched her go. The girl moved like temptation itself. That alone was reassuring. Wu Jingyi came from a minor wealthy family back home, an illegitimate daughter who'd schemed and fought her way into her father's exclusive favor. Someone like An Ruoxi wouldn't even register as a threat. It was only a matter of time. She'd have Xiao Yi wrapped around her finger soon enough. Xiao Yi leaned back in the velvet chair and lit a cigarette. Zhao Yongqiong stepped into the study and stopped in front of the massive desk. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yi blew out a stream of smoke. Talk. Zhao Yongqiong kept his tone respectful. Xie Mingyu's been cursing you non-stop since we locked him up. Our guys are getting sick of it. Want us to rough him up a little? Xiao Yi's lips curved into a cold smile. Plenty of people curse me. Is nothing special. If you can't stand the noise, shut him up. A flicker of confusion crossed Zhao Yongqiong's mind. Mr. Xiao was ruthless. He never let anyone cross him without making them suffer thoroughly. He knew the assassination attempt in the woods came from Xie Group, and he had Xie Mingyu in custody, so why hadn't he made a move yet? Why just lock him up? Was he worried about Xie Group? But at Xiao Group's current level, no one in the entire empire dared provoke them. As he was turning it over, Xiao Yi spoke again. What's Xie Group's reaction? Zhao Yongqiong snapped back to attention. Xie Mingyu's always been a playboy who never stays home. His people figured he was off on another bender when he went missing, so they sent out a few low-key searches. So far, nothing's been traced back to us, but it won't be more than a couple of days before they catch on. Xiao Yi tapped his ash into the tray, saying nothing. Zhao Yongqiong stood in silence, waiting. When the cigarette was finished, Xiao Yi stubbed it out. From now on, feed Xie Mingyu once a day. Let's see if he still has the energy to curse. Zhao Yongqiong hesitated. A little hunger wasn't exactly punishment. Why was Mr. Xiao going so easy on Xie Mingyu? He didn't dare ask. He just bowed. Yes, sir. Then he added, what's your next move with him? Xiao Yi tapped another cigarette from the pack, tilted his head to light it, and took a deep drag. We'll wait and see. Zhao Yongqiong couldn't stop himself. Mr. Xiao, are you waiting for someone? The words were barely out before he wanted to slap himself. Idiot. You don't pry into Mr. Xiao's business. But Xiao Yi didn't look angry. He just said flatly, you can go now. Zhao Yongqiong left the study, still rattled. He'd taken maybe 2 steps when Wu Jingyi appeared around the corner, carrying a tray with a bone china bowl. The moment she saw him, she smiled sweetly. Brother Zhao. That voice sent a shiver down his spine. Zhao Yongqiong grinned. Miss Wu looking for Mr. Xiao? She nodded, all demure. Yes. Is he in his study? He is. Her smile brightened. I'll go in, then. She glided past him toward the study, her hips swaying like a snake. Zhao Yongqiong watched her go, envy flickering in his eyes. Mr. Xiao had it good. That Miss Wu was an absolute knockout. Inside the study, Xiao Yi was reviewing documents when a knock came at the door. Come in. He didn't look up, his voice flat. Light footsteps approached, and then a wave of perfume hit him. Xiao Yi's head snapped up. Wu Jingyi stood before the desk, tray in hand. She wore light, natural makeup and a cream off-shoulder dress that hugged her curves, the cinched waist showing off a perfect silhouette. His eyes narrowed. What are you doing here? Get out. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her face and vanished. Then she smiled brightly. Mr. Xiao, Misson was worried you might be hungry, so she asked me to bring you some nourishing soup. She set the tray on the desk. The displeasure in Xiao Yi's eyes softened, replaced by a hint of surprise. She actually asked you to bring this? Wu Jingyi bent to lift the bowl from the tray and placed it near his hand. Yes, Misson cares about you a great deal. The soup's a little hot, let me cool it down for you. She leaned down as if to blow on it, bending just enough to offer a glimpse of cleavage, but not too much. Classy. Before she could start, Xiao Yi grabbed the bowl and pulled it toward himself. Get out. She froze. Get out. His voice had gone ice-cold. Wu Jingyi straightened fast and forced a smile. Of course, Mr. Xiao. She turned and walked to the door, each step deliberate. Just before she pulled it shut, she glanced through the gap. Xiao Yi was drinking the soup. A smug smile tugged at her lips. Sure, she'd used An Ruoxi's name, but she'd gotten close to him step by step. She'd work her way right to his side. She didn't leave the estate. Instead, she went straight to An Ruoxi's door. She pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and smudged her lipstick with her thumb. Then she tugged the right strap of her dress down just a little before knocking Miss An. An Ruoxi had just washed her hair and showered. She was in a white lace nightgown, her hair damp, a towel draped over her head. Her skin was fair, flushed pink from the heat, her eyes clear and bright. She looked immaculate, pure and clean. Miss Wu.is something wrong? Wu Jingyi's cheeks went pink. She put on a shy expression, poking her index fingers together, avoiding eye contact. I just went to see Mr. Xiao, and he said, since I just arrived, if I don't have enough clothes or bags, I should ask you, Miss An. He said you have more than you can use anyway. An Ruoxi frowned. What was Xiao Yi playing at? First he told her to throw away whatever she wanted, and now he was sending someone to ask for her things. She looked at Wu Jingyi and spotted it instantly. Smudged lipstick, dress strap pulled down. Had something intense happened between them just now? Did that mean she could leave Taiping Mountain soon? The thought sent a little thrill through her. Wu Jingyi noticed the silence and glanced up. Seeing An Ruoxi's stare, she grabbed both straps of her dress and stammered, Miss An, please don't misunderstand. Mr. Xiao and I, nothing happened. An Ruoxi smiled. No problem at all. Help yourself to clothes, bags, shoes, whatever you want, but don't touch the jewelry. Clothes and shoes wouldn't resell for much. Jewelry, on the other hand, could fetch a solid price. Wu Jingyi's smile turned coy. Thank you, Miss An. You're welcome. They're in the room next to mine. Take whatever you like. Wu Jingyi nodded sweetly. Got it. Good night, Miss An. An Ruoxi patted her shoulder. Good luck. Then she closed the door. The instant the door clicked shut, Wu Jingyi's expression transformed. She wiped the spot where An Ruoxi had touched her, as if brushing off dirt, then turned and walked into the next room. She shoved the door open and flicked on every light. Her eyes went wide at the sight of the luxury filling the room. Her delicate fingers slid over the rows of clothes and shoes as if touching a dream she didn't dare wake from. She picked up designer bags one by one, trying them against herself, unable to resist. In front of the full-length mirror, she changed into a haute couture dress and held a limited edition Hermes bag. She stared at her reflection, suddenly elegant, suddenly rich, and her eyes gleamed with greed. Someday, all of this would be hers. The World Fashion Design Competition had finally arrived. An Ruoxi had stayed up all night, running through every scenario until her plan was airtight. She didn't crash until the early hours of the morning. When she woke, she was already late. She scrambled to get ready to rush out without so much as a bite of breakfast. Down in the dining room, Xiao Yuan had finished eating and was idly scrolling through his phone. Bored. Wu Jingyi had appointed herself his personal server and now stood just a few feet away. Her gaze kept drifting to the sharp lines of his profile, a low burn of obsession simmering in her eyes. How could a man this flawless even exist, a face carved by the gods? And on top of that, the richest man on the entire planet. If she could spend her life with a man like him, wouldn't every woman in the world envy her? As she spun deeper into the fantasy, Xiao Yuan checked his watch with a scowl. That lazy slob and surely. What's taking her so damn long? Wu Jingyi darted forward, her smile already fixed in place. Mr. Xiao, let me go check on her. She hurried out of the dining room and reached the elevator just as Chen Yunqing came down from the upper floor. Wu Jingyi grabbed her arm, smile sweet as honey. Is Misson still sleeping? Chen Yunqing didn't like her and made no effort to hide it. Save your breath, Misson already left. Wu Jingyi's smile faltered at the sharp tone. Once she became mistress of Taiping Mountain, she'd deal with this one later. She let the act drop. Misson left in such a hurry. Something important? Chen Yunqing snapped. What's it to you? Misson's business is none of yours. She brushed past Wu Jingyi and walked off without another word. Wu Jingyi stared at her back, grinding her teeth. Chen Yunqing thought clinging to An Ruoxi made her special. Dream on. She'd be crying soon enough. Just then, the throaty roar of a sports car echoed through the living room. Wu Jingyi bolted to the front door. In the distance, a peacock blue car was speeding toward the mansion. Without a second thought, she charged out and blocked its path. An Ruoxi had her foot on the gas when a figure suddenly shot in front of her. She slammed the brakes, the tires shrieked against the pavement as the car skidded sideways to a stop. Wu Jingyi stared at the sports car, eyes burning with envy. Her aunt had told her all about An Ruoxi. A fallen heiress, parents dead, family assets stolen. How could she afford a car like this? It had to be a gift from Xiao Yuan. How did she get so damn lucky? An Ruoxi leaned her head out the window, clearly annoyed. Miss Wu, is there a problem? Wu Jingyi hurried to the window, her face carefully arranged into a mask of concern. Misson, is something urgent? Why didn't you eat breakfast? It's so bad for your health. An Ruoxi frowned. I'm heading to the World Fashion Design Competition. I'm about to be late. The World Fashion Design Competition? The clothes An Ruoxi usually wore were the plainest things imaginable. .0 fashion sense. She was definitely just there to warm a seat. Wu Jingyi felt nothing but contempt, but her mind was already spinning, and a scheme snapped into place. If Xiao Yuan saw An Ruoxi fail, saw that her skills were a joke, he'd be disappointed, wouldn't he? Maybe he'd stop treating her like a princess, and then Wu Jingyi would have her opening. She plastered on an expression of thrilled surprise. Misson, you're amazing. You're competing in the World Fashion Design Competition. Can you take me with you? I'd love to learn from you. That way, she could film An Ruoxi's humiliating defeat and find a way to get the footage to Xiao Yuan. An Ruoxi had her own plans and didn't need a tag-along. She said flatly, if you want to go, take your own car. I'm in a hurry. She rolled up the window without waiting for an answer and hit the gas, speeding off. Wu Jingyi rolled her eyes at the disappearing car. Fine. Don't take me. Whatever. She spun around and hurried back inside to the dining room. Xiao Yuan was already on his feet. He'd given up waiting for An Ruoxi to join him for breakfast. After all, he had an important meeting this morning. Wu Jingyi spotted him and a new idea sparked. She rushed over, voice sugary sweet. Mr. Xiao, Misson said she's going to the World Fashion Design Competition. She was so nervous, and she was hoping you could come support her. Xiao Yuan paused. A flicker of amusement softened his cold features for a fraction of a second. He hadn't known she had that kind of talent. He frowned. If she wanted me there, why didn't she ask me herself? Wu Jingyi jumped in, her tone smooth as honey. "Missin is just shy. She was afraid you'd say no. I couldn't stand seeing her so worried, so I thought I'd let you know." This way, she'd come off as understanding, and Xiao Yuan would get a front row seat to An Ruoxi's humiliation. Win-win. The corner of Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched upward. If she wanted him there, he wouldn't disappoint. He pulled out his phone and dialed Xiemingyu. "Find out who's hosting the World Fashion Design Competition and tell them I'll be attending." On the other end, Xiemingyu was genuinely baffled. Since when did the boss care about some small-scale contest? He didn't even show up to economic summits packed with world leaders. He reminded him carefully, "Boss, you have a very important meeting coming up." Xiao Yuan pulled a cigarette from the pack and placed it lazily between his lips. "Cancel it." He hung up and strode out. Wu Jingyi's face lit up. She hurried after him. Xiao Yuan had the driver bring the car around. By the time the driver pulled up, Xiao Yuan had finished his cigarette. He crushed the butt under his heel and was about to get in. "Mr. Xiao." Wu Jingyi's voice was syrupy sweet. Xiao Yuan turned, his expression ice cold. Wu Jingyi looked up at him with a coy smile. "Can I come with you? I want to cheer for Missin, too. We're such good friends. She'd be so happy to see me there." Xiao Yuan's gaze swept over her. That's when he noticed the clothes she was wearing. They were the ones he had bought for An Ruoxi. He'd picked them out himself. It would have been fine if she'd thrown them away, but she'd given them to someone else. His fist clenched, his face darkening. "Change your clothes." "Huh?" Wu Jingyi blinked up at him, innocent through gritted teeth. Xiao Yuan said, "The clothes I chose, you're not worthy to wear them." Wu Jingyi bit her lip, her eyes instantly welling. "Missin said she really liked me and insisted I take them. I never imagined you'd mind so much. I'll change right away." Tears glistening in her eyes, she rushed upstairs and came back down as fast as she could. But Xiao Yuan was already gone. He'd left a bodyguard to drive Wu Jingyi to the competition. She sat in the back seat, her face twisted with resentment. She hadn't realized Xiao Yuan cared so much about An Ruoxi. He wouldn't even let anyone else touch the gifts he gave her. Breaking them apart was going to be harder than she'd thought, but she'd always believed there was no wall that couldn't be torn down, only a pickaxe you weren't willing to swing. Xiao Yuan would be hers sooner or later. The World Fashion Design Competition was in full swing at the Imperial International Convention Center. Originally scheduled for the city's largest five-star hotel, the venue was moved after organizers released a teaser. The Yunji Master, reigning champion, would appear at the awards ceremony. Ticket demand exploded overnight. The Yunji Master stood out among all previous champions for 3 reasons. First, she was the youngest world champion in history. Second, she had never shown her face, which only fed the public's obsession. But the real draw was her signature technique, math-driven cutting algorithms that produced flawless proportions and one-of-a-kind silhouettes. Impossible to replicate, impossible to surpass. Designers around the world called her a design goddess. So when word spread that the legendary Yunji Master would attend this year's awards, they flocked from every corner of the globe. The venue couldn't hold the crowd. Organizers doubled ticket prices, then tripled them. Demand only climbed. For safety reasons, they were forced to close registration early. Even so, the plaza outside was packed with designers. Some had homemade light-up signs and glow sticks. The scene could have rivaled a global pop star's concert. And right now, An Ruoxi's car sat stuck at the parking garage entrance. Unable to move, she glanced at the endless goddess signs everywhere and sighed to herself. At this rate, the actual Yunji master might not even make it inside. Her phone rang just as her patience wore thin. Li Yaching, hey, princess, where are you? The competition's about to start, the organizers are all waiting for you. And Xiao Yi let out another sigh, stuck at the parking garage entrance. I knew something like this would happen, that's why I took a cab, Li Yaching said, her voice urgent. You realize you're the Yunji master every designer in the world is dying to see, right? And Xiao Yi laughed bitterly. Too bad the Yunji master is trapped right now. Can't exactly fly out. Don't worry, princess. I'm coming to rescue you. You're the star of today, no one gets to miss you. Soon, Li Yaching arrived with one of the event organizers. The man bowed apologetically. Yunji master, I'm so sorry, the turnout is far larger than we anticipated. Even the VIP entrance got jammed. Please forgive the delay. And Xiao Yi didn't mind. The competition's popularity had clearly blindsided the organizers. She handed her car keys to Li Yaching and said calmly, it's fine. Let's go. Seeing she wasn't angry, the organizer let out a relieved breath. Offending someone with this level of fandom would be career suicide in the fashion world. He led the way respectfully. Please, follow me. And Xiao Yi followed him through the convention center lobby, until his phone rang. He answered, and his face went pale. What? One of the lights is broken? The competition's about to start. What the hell have you people been doing? I'm dealing with something extremely urgent right now. I can't just drop everything. And Xiao Yi saw his predicament. Go take care of it. Just point me in the right direction. The organizer covered the phone and shot her a grateful look. Yunji master, thank you for understanding. He pointed. Go straight that way to the VIP lounge on the second floor. A staff member will come get you before the award ceremony. After a quick apologetic bow, he ran off toward the stage in a panic. Once inside, An Ruoxi took her time, strolling leisurely toward the second floor. People kept streaming in through the entrance. A group of young girls in designer clothes and perfect makeup walked in, chatting and laughing. One of them spotted An Ruoxi. Her eyes widened, then her expression twisted into a sneer. Well, if it isn't An Ruoxi, the fallen heiress. Why aren't you dead yet? An Ruoxi frowned at the voice. She turned and recognized the girl who'd spoken. Pei Jinyu. Pei Tianming's younger sister. 3 other girls she didn't recognize flanked Pei Jinyu. An Ruoxi crossed her arms and smirked. Well, if it isn't Pei Jinyu, the Pei family's useless trust fund princess who always finishes last in exams. How do you have the nerve to show your face in public? You. Pei Jinyu stormed up to An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi, you're nothing but a penniless orphan now. What gives you the right to act so high and mighty? Years ago, when Pei Tianming was engaged to An Ruoxi, Pei Jinyu was supposed to be on her side, but An Ruoxi was too talented, and Pei Jinyu was a constant disappointment. Every time she messed up, her family compared her to An Ruoxi. They called An Ruoxi a blessing on the family. Pei Jinyu was a debt collector in human form. that lit a fire of hatred. She tried to sabotage the engagement more than once, scheming to humiliate her future sister-in-law, but Pei Tianming always defended An Ruoxi, which only deepened the resentment. Now that An Ruoxi had lost her incorporation heiress status, she was dirt beneath Pei Jinyue's feet. How dare she still act proud? An Ruoxi's gaze turned icy at Pei Jinyue's words. She raised her hand and slapped Pei Jinyu hard across the face. Believe me, soon your whole Pei family will be dead too. Pei Jinyue's cheek swelled instantly. She clutched her face, glaring at An Ruoxi with venom. You bitch, how dare you hit me? She turned to the three girls beside her. Hold her down, I'm going to beat her until she regrets being born. The three girls glared at An Ruoxi, daring to touch Miss Pei. You must have a death wish. They closed in from different directions. Someone in the crowd gasped. Bullying someone in broad daylight, is there no law? Another voice muttered, Hey, mind your own business. See those clothes and jewelry those girls are wearing. One piece could buy your life. Don't get involved in rich people's drama. Hearing that, anyone who'd wanted to help An Ruoxi backed away. Everyone stood at a distance, watching the show unfold. An Ruoxi's eyes glinted with cold mockery as the three closed in. That only pissed them off more. Faces twisted, they lunged. An Ruoxi spun on her heel in one fluid motion. She slapped each of them once. She didn't even use that much force. But all three went spinning and slammed straight into Pei Jinyu, one after another, like dominoes toppling. Pei Jinyu hit the ground hard. The girls piled on top of her, stacked up like a tower. Oh, ah, that hurts. Seeing the ridiculous scene, the crowd burst into laughter. Pei Jinyu screamed in fury, An Ruoxi, my second brother is here, I'll have him skin you alive. An Ruoxi stared down at Pei Jinyue's rumpled blouse and smeared lipstick with pure contempt. Even if Pei Tianming were standing right here, I'd still beat the hell out of you. Pei Jinyu shoved off the girl holding her back and scrambled to her feet, rage twisting her features. An Ruoxi, you used to chase after my brother like some cheap perfume. Now he's with someone else and wants nothing to do with you. You're just bitter and humiliated, aren't you? An Ruoxi let out a cold, sharp laugh. A woman who lip syncs to fool her fans and kicks another woman until she miscarries. Only your family would treat trash like that like a treasure. But then again, your whole family's a landfill. You deserve each other. You. Pei Jinyu lunged forward, ready to swing. The three girls flanking her grabbed her arms and held her back. Miss Pei, she's trouble. Don't fight her out here. What if instead? One of them leaned in and whispered rapidly into Pei Jinyue's ear. A slow, smug smile spread across Pei Jinyue's face. She crossed her arms and tilted her chin up, looking at An Ruoxi with pure arrogance. You're here for the fashion design competition, aren't you? An Ruoxi weighed the question. Technically, she was here for the competition. The awards portion, anyway. Her voice stayed cold. What's it to you? Pei Jinyu let out a mocking puff of air. You probably don't know this, but my brother is one of the judges. If I tell him what just happened, you won't take home a single award today. You're clearly struggling these days, so I'm guessing you really need that prize money, right? Here's the deal. Kneel down and beg me, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened. An Ruoxi took in that blissfully stupid expression and couldn't stop the genuine laugh that burst out of her. What exactly makes you this reckless? Is it ignorance, or are you just that stupid? Did Pei Jinyu honestly believe Pei Tianming would torch his own reputation over something this petty at a competition this visible? Pei Jinyue's face flushed a violent red, and surely, the Pei family is the second largest conglomerate in this country. Crushing you is easier than crushing an ant. Let's see how long you can hold on to that attitude. And Xiao opened her mouth to fire back, but her gaze snagged on the entrance. Xiao Yi was walking in with his entourage. She frowned. What is he doing here? Xiao Yi spotted her instantly and changed direction, heading straight toward her. Pei Jinyu, mistaking An Ruoxi's silence for fear, let her smile stretch wider. What's wrong? Already regretting it? Scared? If you kneel and beg right now, I can still be generous and let you off this once. Her voice rang out loud and arrogant, carrying easily across the lobby. Xiao Yi's expression went black. Behind him, Wu Jingyi's pulse kicked up with anticipation. That idiot An Ruoxi picked a fight with someone serious. Good. Let Xiao Yi watch her grovel. His assistant leaned in, voice low. CEO Xiao, it looks like Miss An has run into some trouble. An Ruoxi caught the storm gathering on Xiao Yi's face and felt a spike of alarm that if he got involved, this whole event could blow up. She threw out a clipped dismissal. I don't have time to waste on idiots. She turned and walked away. Being called an idiot to her back snapped something inside Pei Jinyu. You bitch, how dare you insult me? She lunged forward, hand raised to grab An Ruoxi's hair. Try touching her. The voice came from behind her, low, cold, absolutely lethal. Pei Jinyu felt a frigid wave roll down her spine. She spun around and found herself staring at a man who looked like some dark god standing only a few meters away. Her eyes went huge. Who is he? He's impossibly handsome. An Ruoxi's stride hitched. But she didn't turn around, she kept walking. Xiao Yi watched her retreating back, the indifference of it twisting something violent inside him. Still pretending she doesn't know me. Pei Jinyu stood frozen for a long moment before she managed to collect herself. She looked at Xiao Yi, a note of shyness creeping into her voice. Sir, do you know An Ruoxi? No, he doesn't. Wu Jingyi answered before anyone else could. Xiao Yi cut a dark look her way. Wu Jingyi leaned in, her whisper quick and careful. I noticed Miss An didn't seem to want anyone knowing you two were acquainted. If you admit it, she might get upset, don't you think? Miss An is genuinely talented. Maybe she's worried people would assume she got special treatment because of your connections. Since An Ruoxi was stupid enough to walk away, Wu Jingyi was not about to let her use Xiao Yi's name as a shield. If the other contestants got spooked by his influence and went easy on her, the entire plan to humiliate An Ruoxi would fall apart. Xiao Yi listened, a cold light flickering in his narrow eyes. He didn't give a damn what other people thought. An Ruoxi was his woman. Protecting her was instinct. If she wanted it, he'd hand her a world championship. But then he remembered the way she'd drawn a hard line between them at the Zhu family banquet. He hesitated. A man who didn't fear death suddenly found himself afraid. Afraid to bet wronged. He was terrified of making An Ruoxi furious. Of leaving a bad taste in her mouth. Damn it. The three girls flanking Pei Jinyu caught the dangerous energy rolling off Xiao Yi and shrank back. They crowded in, voices barely a murmur. Miss Pei, the competition's about to start. Let's just go inside. We still need to find the famed designer. Pei Jinyu wasn't a designer herself, but she'd once stumbled across the famed designer's work online and fallen instantly, obsessively in love. She had even offered a fortune to commission a custom gown. But the famed designer had vanished after winning that award, impossible to contact. The disappointment had gnawed at her for ages now. Hearing the famed designer would attend the award ceremony, she'd begged her brother for front row seats just to be near her idol. Pei Jinyu nodded fine. The four of them turned to head toward the venue, but Xiao Yi was not finished. He had heard every threat she'd thrown at An Ruoxi. He rubbed the ring on his finger, his voice dropping to a frozen murmur. Teach them a lesson. The assistant nodded once and gestured to the two towering mercenaries behind them. The mercenaries stepped forward and blocked Pei Jinyue's path. Pei Jinyue's expression hardened. What do you think you're doing? The assistant's smile was pure cruelty. You were running your mouth pretty hard a minute ago. He gave no more warning. The mercenaries struck. One slap across the face for each of the four women. The mercenaries were massive. A single blow sent blood flying from their mouths. Pei Jinyu burst into furious tears. How dare you hit me? I am a daughter of the Pei family. My brother will have you skinned alive. The assistant let out a short, mocking laugh. The Pei family. Our CEO Xiao doesn't concern himself with them. The name CEO Xiao hit Pei Jinyu like a bucket of ice water. Xiao Yi, the ruthless tyrant who ran the Xiao group. What was a man like him doing here? She stared at him, genuine terror swimming in her eyes now. CEO Xiao, I didn't offend you, did I? Xiao Yi twisted the ring on his finger, his gaze dark and murderous. Your breathing is too loud. It bothers me. Pei Jinyu went blank. Before she could process it, the mercenaries slapped each of them again. The three girls with Pei Jinyu couldn't take another hit. They dropped to their knees, sobbing and pleading. CEO Xiao, please. Stop, have mercy. Pei Jinyu was crying from the pain too, but she was Pei family stock. She wouldn't break that easily. You have no spine, she spat at them. The assistant's grin widened. Since Miss Pei is so strong-willed, we'll just add their share of the punishment to yours. The mercenary raised his hand again. Pei Jinyue's legs buckled. She hit the floor on her knees. CEO Xiao. I'm sorry. Wu Jingyi stood watching the scene, jealousy scorching through her veins like poison. The Pei family was the second largest conglomerate in the country, and Xiao Yi had ordered their daughter beaten bloody over nothing. Just to vent for An Ruoxi. Was An Ruoxi truly worth all that? Worth being spoiled like this? Pei Jinyu fell to her knees, and the chaos finally died down. The organizers had been tipped off and rushed out to meet Xiao Yuan, who was already heading toward the competition venue. Panjichu, president of the Imperial Fashion Designers Association, approached with a smile plastered on his face. Mr. Xiao, we're deeply honored you took the time to attend. Your presence adds immeasurable prestige to our competition. Xiao Yuan didn't want to hear him ramble. Let's go inside. Panjichu quickly led the way. Mr. Xiao, right this way. As Xiao Yuan and his entourage entered the hall, the media reporters erupted. Holy crap, is that the head of the Xiao group? What's he doing here? Damn, this is huge. He skipped the International Economic Summit last month, but he shows up here. Get the shot, now. The CEO of the Xiao group at the World Fashion Design Competition, This will blow up the trending lists just like when Master Yoon shows up at an awards ceremony. Reporters surged forward, camera flashes blazing like a storm. Wu Jingyi quickened her pace, nearly walking shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yuan. She loved this feeling, standing at the center of the world, being worshipped. Only Xiao Yuan could make that dream come true. She flashed a perfect smile, already anticipating her beautiful face on tomorrow's trending news. But Li Feng stepped forward with his mercenaries, blocking the reporters. He didn't do anything drastic, just smirked and said, taking photos of Mr. Xiao. Don't want your jobs anymore, or don't want your lives. The reporters froze, hands trembling. They quickly lowered their cameras. Li Feng said nothing more, just watched them calmly. Even his stare alone sent a chill down their spines. They hurriedly deleted every photo they'd taken. A big exclusive was important, but their lives were more important. You do not mess with the head of the Xiao group ever. Seeing they'd complied fast enough, Li Feng led the mercenaries back to Xiao Yuan's side. A short distance ahead, Pei Tianming appeared, phone in hand, walking over while talking. Stop crying. I'll be right there. Xiao Yuan's eyes flickered with contempt when he saw him. An Ruoxi's ex-fiancé. Pan Jichu smiled at Pei Tianming. Movie Emperor Pei, something wrong? The competition's about to start. Pei Tianming had spent his career in show business and had never met Xiao Yuan. He glanced at the man briefly. Was it his imagination, or was there a distinct hostility in Xiao Yuan's eyes? He looked back at Pan Jichu. It's nothing. I'll be back in a minute. He started to move forward, but the entire hallway was blocked by Xiao Yuan's people. And since Xiao Yuan hadn't said a word, no one was moving an inch. Sweat broke out on Pan Jichu's forehead as he stood trapped between them. Offending either the Xiao family or the Pei family was a death sentence. Pei Tianming stood there for over 10 seconds. Xiao Yuan's men still didn't budge. He forced a pleasant expression. Could you please move aside? Xiao Yuan spun the ring on his finger lazily, his eyes as cold as ancient glacier. A sharp smile curved his lips. Move aside? That word isn't in my dictionary. Pei Tianming could feel those words were aimed at him, though he'd never even met the man. Pei Tianming's assistant stepped up, annoyed. Do you know who Movie Emperor Pei is? He's the second young master of the Pei group. Xiao Yuan laughed like it was the funniest joke he'd ever heard, pure mockery in his eyes. The Pei group? Maybe you should ask around who I am first. Pei Tianming's face flickered with shock. He glanced at Pan Jichu, who was sweating profusely, and the pieces clicked into place. Clenching his fist, he stepped aside, clearing the path. Mr. Xiao, after you. His assistant was still indignant. Movie Emperor Pei, why are you scared of him? Shut up. Pei Tianming cut him off in a low voice. Xiao Yuan was 6'3". Pei Tianming was 6'1". He looked down at Pei Tianming, his contempt unmistakable. After Xiao Yuan and his entourage had passed, the assistant asked Pei Tianming in confusion, Movie Emperor Pei, with your status, why would you be afraid of him? Pei Tianming shot him a hard look. There's always a bigger fish. You know that, right? The Pei family might be powerful, but some powers are even greater. The assistant's heart dropped. Who is he? Pei Tianming stared at the arrogant retreating back, frowning. Xiao Yuan of the Xiao group. That overwhelming presence and pressure, there was only one man it could be. The assistant nearly had a heart attack, his eyes went wide with terror. Movie Emperor Pei, I just offended him. He won't kill me, will he? You have to save me. Pei Tianming had never met Xiao Yuan before today, but his reputation preceded him, a name that struck fear into everyone. Still, why did Xiao Yuan seem so hostile toward him? He sighed at his assistant. Next time, don't be so reckless. The second floor was massive. An Ruoxi had taken a wrong turn and circled around for a long time before she found the VIP room. She confirmed the sign on the door, then pushed it open. In a corner not far away, Jiang Yang sat on the floor, exhausted. Master Yunji was notoriously elusive. She'd wanted to build a relationship with her in advance to pave the way for her future career, but after lurking there for almost an hour, no one had shown up. Suddenly, a door opened. She scrambled to her feet. Peeking around the corner, she only caught a glimpse of a back. But that back looked oddly familiar, like An Ruoxi's. A jolt of shock ran through her. Could An Ruoxi be Master Yunji? She dismissed the idea almost instantly. An Ruoxi might have been called a prodigy when she was younger, but that was only because of the An group's backing. Without her family, she was nobody. There was no way she was the legendary Master Yunji. She must have been imagining things. She smoothed her clothes and walked toward the VIP room. Just then, the MC's voice echoed from the first floor. The competition is about to begin. All contestants, please take your positions. Jiang Yang glanced at the VIP room door one last time, then reluctantly turned away. No matter, once she won the championship, she would find a way to cozy up to Master Yunji and earn her mentorship. With that thought, she headed downstairs. An Ruoxi entered the VIP room. She looked around. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a full view of the competition floor. The table was laden with expensive fruit, snacks, and drinks. Clearly, they'd gone all out for Master Yunji. She sank into the big swivel chair by the window and spun around lazily. Her phone buzzed with a message. Boss, our people found out 2 Dark Crow assassins have arrived in the capital. They've already met with An Shongxing. Be careful. A cold gleam flickered in An Ruoxi's eyes. An Shongxing really was willing to pay any price to kill her. Her fingers flew across the screen. 2 more walking corpses. Perfect timing. Let's send An Shongxing a nice gift. Pei Jinyu stood in the venue lobby, sobbing so hard she could barely catch her breath. The 3 girls beside her, faces bruised, hair a mess, kept trying to calm her down. Miss Pei, don't cry. You'll ruin your makeup before the show even starts. Honestly, this is all An Ruoxi's fault. That girl is a curse. We never would have gotten into this mess if she hadn't been there. Exactly. Don't be upset, Miss Pei. We're in the capital now. There'll be plenty of chances to get even with her later. The Pei family had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Pei Jinyu had been spoiled rotten since she was a baby. She'd never been humiliated like this in her entire life. The physical beating was bad enough, but losing face in public, that was unforgivable. Pei Tianming rushed over and saw the swollen marks on Pei Jinyu's face. His heart clenched, and fury sparked in his eyes. Yeah, what the hell happened? The second she spotted her brother, Pei Jinyu felt like she finally had backup. Her crying doubled in her mind. An Ruoxi was the root of all evil. If An Ruoxi had just swallowed her pride and begged for forgiveness earlier, none of this would have happened, she sobbed, rocking back and forth. Second brother, it was An Ruoxi. She slapped me, and then she got me in trouble with those awful people. An Ruoxi? Pei Tianming blinked, caught off guard. She was here too. Did she come because she knew he was one of the competition judges? That meant the cold shoulder she'd given him before was just an act. She'd been playing hard to get this whole time. A strange mix of feelings stirred in his chest. He frowned. Why were you fighting with An Ruoxi again? He knew his little sister was spoiled and had always had it out for her. Pei Jinua's eyes flickered. She started lying through her teeth. I saw her and wanted to say hello. I was being nice, but she cursed me out and slapped me. Look at my face. It's so swollen I can barely see. The three girls jumped in without missing a beat. That's right, she hit us too, not just Miss Pei. Tianming, you're a big star. You have to get justice for your sister. An Ruoxi is a complete psycho these days. I heard she's in the fashion design competition, too. Someone with moral character that low shouldn't be allowed to score high. Pei Tianming listened, and a heavy silence settled over him. Not long ago, he never would have believed An Ruoxi capable of something like this. But the woman he'd seen lately was nothing like the old An Ruoxi. She was willful, arrogant, reckless, and quick with her fists. Still, he hadn't expected her to go this far with his own sister. He turned to Pei Jinyu, his voice low. Don't worry, when the competition is over, I'll have a word with her. You'll get your justice. He and An Ruoxi had a history. He couldn't just stand by and watch her spiral any deeper. Then he told his assistant, take them all home first. But Pei Jinyu refused. No, I'm not leaving yet. I haven't seen my idol, Master Yunji. Pei Tianming glanced at her battered cheek. But your face, just get us all masks, she said, gingerly touching her stinging skin. Pei Tianming knew how much his sister worshipped Master Yunji. She'd been nagging him for days after finding out he was a judge, demanding he save her the best seat in the house. Fine, he said. The competition had just kicked off. Xiao Yi finally parked the car and slipped into the VIP lounge. She plucked a cherry from the fruit platter, took a bite, and grinned. The organizers really treat their Master Yunji like royalty. They gave you the only prime viewing spot in the whole venue. An Ruoxi gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window at the sea of people below. You have to keep a little mystery if you want to save the best for last, she said with a quiet smile. Xiao Yi settled into the seat beside her. True, the organizers are raking it in off-ticket sales from the Master Yunji hype alone. They damn well better keep you happy. An Ruoxi's expression sharpened, and she turned to face her. Is everything set? Xiao Yi winked. Have I ever failed an order from you? Relax. By the end of today, the Jiang family is finished. An Ruoxi's smile curved, slow and sweet. Then I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Down on the main stage, the host finished the opening remarks. The competition officially began. 20 designers had made the cut. The Imperial Fashion Council's board had painstakingly combed through thousands of submissions, selecting only the very best. The rules were simple. Each designer would send a model down the runway wearing their creation, and then they'd have 5 minutes to explain the design concept. 5 judges would score them. The highest overall score would win the world fashion. Design competition. The 20 designers were split into 5 groups of 4, each group taking the stage in order. Lights flashed, music pounded, and the first group's models began their strut, sleek and leggy, wearing the competing designs with bib numbers pinned to their outfits. After the walk, the models lined up at the edge of the runway, and the designers stepped forward to introduce their work. Back in the waiting room, Jiang Yang watched the live feed on a wall-mounted screen. Her gaze dripped with contempt. What is this garbage, compared to my design? These look like rags from a street stall. It was a shame she'd drawn the last group. She'd have to close the show if she'd gone first. The competition would already be over and done with. She glanced at her own outfit, neatly covered under its dust guard, and couldn't hide the smugness twitching at the corner of her mouth. Her design was going to stun the whole audience, the whole world. Her phone buzzed on the table. It was her mother. Her voice came through, tight with worry. Yang, why can't I see you on screen yet? When do you go on? Jiang Yang flicked a look at the TV. I'm in the last group. I'll be on later. Are you absolutely sure you can win this time? Her mother's voice wobbled. Jiang Yang's jaw tightened. Her mom asked the same question every single day. It was exhausting. Mom, I've told you 100 times. The championship is mine. Why don't you believe me? I'm just worried about you, sweetie, but if you're so confident, when you get the award, can you bring your father up on stage with you? This is a chance to be seen by the whole world. If he stands beside you when you win, he'd be over the moon. I know it. Jiang Yang thought it over. Ever since her fling with Mr. Zhu had been exposed, her father had been cold to her. Maybe this would finally cheer him up. Fine, I'll invite him up when I accept the award. Her mother's voice brightened instantly. Wonderful, my precious girl. Will be right here in the audience waiting for you to win. Jiang Yang hung up. She stared at the glittering stage on the screen, greed and pride blazing in her eyes. Her moment of glory was finally here. The private viewing room faced the stage through a one-way mirror. It had been built specifically after they learned Xiao Yi was coming. Even the 5 judges' seats were shoved off to the right edge of the stage. Xiao Yi slouched on the sofa, chin propped in his hand, bored senseless. Watching models pout and strut down the runway felt like a full-scale waste of time. He'd rather be at the office. Wu Jingyi sat on a stool nearby, her gaze locked on him like a hawk. The second she caught the disinterest on his face, she snatched a grape from the fruit platter and peeled it with frantic, overeager fingers. Her smile turned syrupy and fake as she lifted the grape toward his lips. Mr. Xiao, have some fruit. Xiao Yi caught a wave of her cloying perfume and his frown cut deeper. He swatted her hand away. Get lost. Wu Jingyi nearly pitched off her stool. His assistant grabbed her arm just in time. She looked up at him, breathless. Thank you. The assistant's voice dropped cold. Miss Wu, let's switch seats. The CEO doesn't like women getting too close. Wu Jingyi bit her lip, face blazing. Fine. She didn't want to move, but she was terrified of pissing Xiao Yi off, so she let the assistant take the seat nearest him. Xiao Yi still hadn't spotted An Ruoxi anywhere, and every second here crawled like an eternity. He pulled out his phone and texted her. When do you go on? Up in the VIP room. An Ruoxi stared at the message, confused. He came to watch her compete. Did he seriously have nothing better to do? She typed back fast. I'm not competing. Xiao Yi's eyes went dark. He glanced at Pei Tianming, who sat on the judges' panel wearing an expression of fake gravitas. Then why are you here? And surely thought for a second, then replied. You'll see. Xiao Yi scowled at the screen. She was playing games with him now. The judges started scoring. He watched Pei Tianming raise his scorecard with that pompous look and muttered, "Idiot." Then he texted An Ruoxi again, "Where are you?" She didn't answer. Xiao Yi dragged his tongue across his teeth and sank back into the sofa. Fine. He'd wait and see exactly what kind of game she was playing. This year's fashion design competition was the biggest yet, thanks to the buzz around Old Master Xiao. More designers had entered than in any previous competition, and the quality of the finalists' work was brutal. The head judge, Leon, was the champion of the very first competition and the founder of the legendary fashion house Leon. People called him the Caesar of fashion. His standards were punishing. It wasn't until the fourth group, contestant number 15, that a design finally caught his eye. The other four judges gave it high marks too, all above 9.5. Leon was impressed, but he still only awarded a 9. That was his highest score of the night. When designer number 15 came off stage, a crowd swarmed her. "Congratulations, highest score in the whole competition. And even Leon gave you a 9. That's insane. Your design is stunning. It's clearly inspired by Old Master Xiao's style, right? His aesthetic is almost impossible to replicate, and you're the closest I've ever seen. The championship is basically yours. We've been grinding through this competition together, so don't forget about us little people when you're famous." Yeah, rich friends don't ditch each other. Backstage buzzed with flattery. Designer number 15 beamed but kept her voice modest. "There's still one more group, too early to call it." That was the moment Han Lu led her model into the backstage holding area. She caught the tail end of the conversation and her voice sliced straight through. "It's smart to stay humble. That way, when you lose, you won't look like a complete fool." Number 15 hadn't seriously expected to win, but Han Lu's tone scraped her nerves raw. She shot a look at Han Lu's model, who had a jacket draped over the outfit, hiding it from view. She fired back, "And you're guaranteed to win, I suppose?" The others piled on. "Exactly. Her work is incredible. Is it really that hard to admit someone else is talented? Some people have zero talent but act like they're God's gift. Get over yourself. Let's just wait and see what she puts on that runway. She's about to humiliate herself." Han Lu looked down her nose at them, smugness barely contained. "The championship is mine." The announcer's voice rang through the speakers. "Now, please welcome our fifth and final group of designers. First up, number 17. Han Lu didn't waste another word. She led her model to the backstage curtain. The spotlight shifted. The last group of models hit the runway in their assigned order. The moment Han Lu's model stepped out, the audience gasped. "Wow, that design is incredible, bold, modern, flawless. I am absolutely in love. The designer is a genius. It's not just beautiful, there's a whole story woven into it. It feels like it's referencing something iconic, but I can't quite place it. The model looks ethereal. Doesn't it look exactly like Old Master Xiao's style?" I thought the same thing. But isn't Old Master Xiao just presenting the awards? Did he actually enter the competition? Most of the audience were designers themselves. They instantly read how sophisticated the work was backstage. Han Lu hadn't taken her own turn yet. But hearing the crowd erupt, she felt victory already wrapped around her fingers. Her face glowed with excitement. Even the judges were stunned. Leon stared at the model, eyes wide. Truth be told, with his status in the fashion world, he didn't need to sit on a judging panel for a competition like this. But he was a die-hard fan of Old Master Xiao. When he heard the Old Master was attending the awards, he volunteered immediately, just for a chance to see his idol in the flesh. He never expected to stumble across another designer with the same spark of genius, but after studying the model for a long moment, he caught the flaw. The style came very close to Old Master Xiao's, but the cut and proportions were completely off. A shame. A real shame. Only Old Master Xiao was truly perfect. Upstairs in the VIP room, Jingjing stared at Han Lu's work and burst out laughing. Han Lu is shameless. She copied your design down to the last detail. Didn't change a goddamn thing. And Xiao Yi watched Han Lu preening on stage, her lips curling into a cold smile. I can't wait to watch her pretty little dream shatter. The models had finished their runway walks. Now the designers stepped forward to explain their work. Jiang Yang took the mic, her face glowing. My inspiration is the nine-tailed fox from mythology. The fitted bodice accentuates the feminine form, and the layered chiffon skirt mimics the shape of 9 sweeping tails. The color shifts from silver-white, with fluorescent fibers catching the light at the tips. The 5 judges nodded along. Murmurs rippled through the audience. Oh, so that's what the tails were. I knew there was something woven in there. Now it totally makes sense. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. When does this hit stores? I need it. This isn't just clothing. It's wearable art. Who is this designer? How have I never heard of her? She's incredible. Yunji Master has finally found a worthy successor. After all 5 designers in Group 5 presented, the judges scored the entries. No surprise, Jiang Yang's piece took the highest marks. And by a wide margin. 10, 10, 10, 10, and 9.5. Leon gave the 9.5. He adored the design but docked half a point for the cut and proportions. Jiang Yang's heart soared. The champion, it was hers. Sitting in the audience, Jiang's father and mother were just as thrilled. Jiang's mother grabbed her husband's arm. Honey, did you see that? Our daughter won. Jiang's father could barely contain his pride. That's my girl. Jiang's mother smirked. My daughter is unstoppable. She said she'd win the world championship, and she did. You didn't believe her at first. Kept going on about how amazing Jiang Ning was. We never should have sent that lunatic to the psych ward. Jiang's father frowned at the old argument. Can we not bring up that crazy woman on such a happy occasion? Jiang's mother pressed her lips together and let it drop. She watched her radiant daughter on stage, pride swelling in her chest. Her daughter was the best. That little bitch Jiang Ning wasn't fit to tie her shoes. Even though the champion was all but decided, the competition still needed to rank the top 3 and finalize details. After the judging, a 1-hour intermission preceded the award ceremony. An Ruoxi had spent the whole morning in the VIP room. She stepped into the hallway with Xiao Yi for some air. The corridor was lined with floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled light. Across the floor, Xiao Yi spoke into her phone. "You have 1 hour, get it done. The young lady says it'll be fine, just follow her instructions exactly." When Xiao Yi hung up, An Ruoxi asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yi smiled. "They're worried 1 hour isn't enough to sway the Jiangs. They don't want to disappoint you." An Ruoxi looked out at the traffic beyond the windows and let out a short laugh. "The Jiangs are greedy, bait the hook with profit, and they'll bite every single time." Xiao Yi nodded. "That's what I told him. Don't worry. He's old and sharp. He'll handle it." They stood there a moment longer, then turned to head back to the VIP room. "An Ruoxi." Jiang Yang's voice rang out behind them. An Ruoxi turned. Jiang Yang stood a few feet away. Jiang Yang stepped closer, sneering. "So it is you. What are you doing here?" The first-floor bathroom had been too crowded, so she'd come upstairs looking for another one. Had An Ruoxi come up for the same reason? An Ruoxi gave her a cold stare. "None of your damn business. You." Fury flashed in Jiang Yang's eyes, but she reined it in fast. She was a world champion now. She couldn't degrade herself. She smirked at An Ruoxi. "Don't tell me you entered the competition, got knocked out, and now you're lurking at the finals?" She remembered Jiang Ning mentioning once that An Ruoxi loved fashion design, but she'd never seen any of An Ruoxi's sketches. Probably garbage, or the girl would have been flaunting them everywhere. An Ruoxi folded her arms and returned the cold stare. Same line. "None of your damn business." Jiang Yang was in far too good a mood to engage. She covered her mouth with a laugh. "What's wrong? Can't handle seeing me win the championship while you couldn't even make it past the qualifiers? Feeling humiliated right now? Your mental fortitude is that weak. Later, when Yunji Master hands me the award, are you going to keel over from jealousy?" Xiao Yi let out a snort at Jiang Yang's grandstanding. An Ruoxi quickly elbowed her. "Those the gods wish to destroy, they first make emedy." An Ruoxi looked at Jiang Yang with open amusement. "I don't know if I'll keel over, but I do know this. If you don't pay me back the 600,000 you owe me in 3 days, I promise you'll end up looking a whole lot worse." "You." Jiang Yang finally snapped. She spat. 600,000. I'm a world champion now. I'll have prize money, sponsorships pouring in. You think I can't cover a measly 600,000? An Ruoxi's smile turned icy. "Hope you don't default." Jiang Yang said nothing else. She shot An Ruoxi a vicious glare and stormed off. Xiao Yi watched her retreating figure and shook her head with a sigh. She has no clue that after today, she'll be out on the street. By the smoking area, Jiang's father was lighting a cigarette. "Mr. Jiang." A warm voice hailed him. He looked over and forced a smile. "Oh, Mr. Liu, what brings you here?" Mr. Liu owned the largest clothing department store in the capital. His store carried dozens of brands and moved incredible volume. The Jiang family had tried multiple times to get their own brand in, but Mr. Liu had never been interested. Their company was too small. Mr. Liu smiled. "This isn't the best place to talk. Let's find somewhere quieter." Jiang's father had been dying to get in his good graces. He quickly agreed. Of course, of course." They moved to a quiet corner. Mr. Liu grinned. You're a lucky man, Mr. Jiang, raising such a talented daughter. At the mention of his daughter, Jiang's father felt a rush of confidence. His voice carried a hint of pride. Yang has been outstanding since she was a little girl. Mr. Liu laughed heartily. I'll be blunt with you, Mr. Jiang. Are you still interested in getting into my department store? Absolutely. Jiang's father answered without a second's hesitation. Every clothing company that got into Mr. Liu's store made a killing. He dreamed of this for years. Mr. Liu said, Then I have a proposal. Would you like to hear it? Please, go ahead. I can let your company into my store rent-free for 5 years. Rent-free? Jiang's father couldn't hide his shock. He knew the standard entry fee for Mr. Liu's store was sky-high tens of millions a year, but the profits were just as staggering. He'd heard of one brand pulling in over 100 million in a single year after securing a spot. Even the low performers cleared several times the entry fee. He said, his voice tinged with disbelief, there have to be conditions. Mr. Liu chuckled. I'm a businessman. Of course there are conditions. Truth is, I'm a huge fan of Yunji Master. I loved your daughter's work today. I want her to shoot a promotional ad for my store. Don't worry, our company will cover all the production costs. Jiang's father listened, head spinning. His daughter just had to film a commercial, and in return they'd save 50 or 60 million in entry fees. Was this really happening? Old Master and said nothing. Mr. Liu smiled. Easy. No hard feelings. If you're not interested, Emma.an, I understand. Like I said, I'm a big fan of your daughter's work. Call it an impulse. He turned to leave Old Master and grabbed his arm. Mr. Liu, wait. I'm in. Let's do it. Opportunities like this didn't come twice. The man was clearly obsessed with Xiao Yi's designs, desperate enough to film a department store ad that he was willing to throw an offer this sweet at the family. Mr. Liu's smile held steady. Shouldn't you run it by your daughter first? If she refuses to shoot the ad, I'm the one taking the hit. Old Master and waved a hand. No need. I make the decisions in this family. When can we sign? Mr. Liu paused. My assistant's nearby. I could have him draft a preliminary agreement right now. He shook his head. Actually, let's not rush. You probably want to think it through. We'll talk another time. Don't need to think. The answer came fast. Old Master and had approached Mr. Liu multiple times before. Every single time, he'd been brushed off with a promise to circle back, a conversation that never happened. Now Mr. Liu was riding high on Xiao Yi's first-place win, making an offer too incredible to pass up. He couldn't let this slip. Have your assistant bring the contract now. Mr. Liu let out an easy laugh. Double celebration, then? Old Master and laughed with him. Double celebration. Mr. Liu made the call. 15 minutes later, his assistant arrived with the paperwork. Mr. Liu handed it over. Take a look. Old Master and read every clause. After years in business, he could spot a trap from a mile away. The terms matched exactly what Mr. Liu had promised. The company would operate rent-free in the department store for 5 years in exchange, and Xiao Yi, as champion, would film a single advertisement. All production costs covered by Mr. Liu. 1 clause, though. That one made him pause. The contract stated that An Ruoxi had to shoot the ad as champion for the deal to be valid. If that title didn't hold up, the rent-free arrangement was void, and the ANS would owe 10 times the waived fees. 10 times would come to over 500 million. Mr. Liu saw the hesitation and smiled. An. What I'm really investing in is the value your daughter's champion status brings me. That clause is reasonable, don't you think? He paused. Maybe you should sit with it a little longer. The ceremony hasn't happened yet, after all. Old Master and straightened. Then how about we sign after she gets the trophy? Mr. Liu nodded easily. Sounds fine. I look forward to working with you. His phone buzzed. He answered, his face shifting. What? How did that happen? I'm on my way. He hung up and turned back. I'm so sorry, something urgent came up at home. I have to go. What about the contract? Old Master and pressed. Mr. Liu was already moving. No rush. We'll sign another day. He hurried out, his assistant scrambling behind with the briefcase. Old Master and watched him go, jaw tight. Deals could turn in a heartbeat. If he let today pass, gave Mr. Liu time to cool off and reconsider, the whole thing would evaporate. His daughter had the highest score anyway. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. He ran after Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu turned. Something else? Old Master and squared his shoulders. Let's sign right now. Mr. Liu chuckled. Signing a contract is a big deal. Sleep on it. I really do need to leave. I've thought enough. It won't take long. Let's do it now. Mr. Liu held his gaze for a long beat. All right, then. The assistant pulled 2 copies from the briefcase. Old Master and skimmed each one a final time, confirmed everything matched, and pressed his thumbprint onto the page. Liu signed, pressed his own print, and handed 1 copy back with an outstretched hand. Pleasure doing business, An. Old Master An was beaming. He had no idea his daughter's title was worth this kind of money. He shook Mr. Liu's hand hard. Pleasure doing business. They parted ways. Mr. Liu climbed into his car and pulled out his phone from the back seat. He dialed Wang Wanjuan. Tell the young miss it's done. The award ceremony was already underway by the time Old Master and got back to the venue. He slid into his seat. His wife frowned at him. Where did you disappear to? Why weren't you answering? Signed a contract, he said, grinning as he handed it over. She scanned the pages. Her face broke open with delight. Honey, you're amazing. This deal, we're set for life. Damn right we are. He puffed out his chest. She looped her arm through his, her voice going honeyed. In that case, your daughter and I will just sit back and enjoy the good life. On stage, the host's voice boomed through the hall. And now, let's welcome the top 3 designers of this competition to receive their award. The 3rd place winner, Li Yaqing, 2nd place, Han Lu, and our champion, An Ruoxi. Old Master and watched his daughter walk onto the stage, barely able to contain the excitement thrumming through him. This was locked in. It was already done. Pei Tianming presented the third-place award. Leon handed out the second-place trophy before accepting hers, and Xiao Yi turned to the audience, her voice warm and earnest. "Could I ask my father to join me on stage? Everything I've achieved, every bit of it, comes from his careful guidance. I want to share this honor with him." The gesture won her a wave of approval. People murmured about her talent, yes, but also her humility, her filial devotion. The host beckoned old master An up. He walked with his head high, radiating pride. Once he stood beside his daughter, the host raised a hand and the music swelled. "And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. Please welcome Old Master Xiao to present the championship award." The applause crashed over the room like a wave. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, a chant rose up. It spread fast, voices layering, building, until the whole venue shook with it. "Master Scorpion, Master Scorpion, Master Scorpion." The roar nearly peeled the roof off, and through that wall of sound, old Master Xiao stepped onto the stage. The crowd below caught sight of An Ruoxi and went dead silent, stunned. 3 seconds of nothing, then an even louder roar of shouts and screams. "Oh my God, the Yunji master is that beautiful. She's like a fairy stepping off a cloud. A legend in fashion design vanishes for 3 years, and it's her. She's stunning. No wonder she kept a low profile. With that face and that talent, people would lose their minds. Holy crap, she's exactly my type. I'm switching wives, Goddess Yun. I love you. I used to be a fan of her work, now I'm a fan of her face. So easy to fall for." Jiang Yang stared at An Ruoxi, blank. Impossible. There was no way she was the Yunji master. "An Ruoxi, don't cause trouble. Get off the stage now," she snapped. No one was going to ruin the biggest moment of her life. An Ruoxi's lips curled. "If I get off, who's going to hand you your award?" Jiang Yang's eyes went wide with disbelief. You're really the Yunji master?" Everyone who knew An Ruoxi shared the shock. Xiao Yuan lounged on the sofa, watching, his gaze locked onto her like a wolf sighting prey, eyes narrowing with interest. The next second, he looked ready to pounce. That woman he'd set his sights on never stopped surprising him. Wu Jingyi's hands clenched on her knees, her knuckles bone-white with jealousy. She'd thought An Ruoxi was just a contestant. Now the woman everyone worshipped as a fashion icon was the same person she'd written off. Pei Tianming stared at An Ruoxi, standing at the center of the spotlight, so beautiful, so dazzling. His heart hammered. For a moment, it felt like the old An Ruoxi had returned. Did she still love him the way she used to? Pei Jinyu, on the other hand, was livid. She'd come hoping to watch An Ruoxi crash and burn. Instead, her own idol turned out to be An Ruoxi. Disgusting. How could she have admired someone like that for so long? She shot to her feet, pointing a shaking finger. "Fake, she's just some fallen heiress. There's no way she's the Yunji master. Don't let her fool you." The words snapped Jiang Yang out of her daze. "That's right, everyone here knows her. How come none of us knew she could design before? Now suddenly she's the Yunji master. Something's fishy. Nobody's ever even seen what the Yunji master looks like. She could easily be an imposter." An Ruoxi didn't bother arguing with idiots. She'd never let anyone know she loved fashion design. To her, it was a hobby, not a career. She'd only entered competitions later because she desperately needed the money. She kept her expression pleasant. Designer Jiang, if you question my identity like that, do you honestly think the organizers are stupid? The fans in the audience instantly started grumbling. Exactly. If the organizers invited the Yunji master, they've verified her. How could she be fake? Is this designer brain dead? She's questioning the Yunji master's identity. Does she even want a career in fashion? Anyone who says that has serious issues, and she won the championship, makes me wonder if that title's fake too. Insult my idol. Get off the stage, we don't recognize this champion. Yeah. Defend the Yunji master, get off. Get off. Get off. Hearing the crowd chanting for her to leave, Jiang Yang's face drained of color. She stumbled back a step. Jiang's father went into panic mode. If this championship got tanked, they'd owe over 500 million in penalties. Where would he ever find that kind of money? He shot Jiang Yang a vicious glare and hissed low. Apologize to the Yunji master right now, or our whole family is done. She didn't fully understand what he meant, but the look on his face told her it was serious. Biting her lip, she forced the words out. Yunji master, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Please forgive me. Just then, one of the event organizers stepped onto the stage. His voice was firm. In this competition, some contestants use stage names, but the registration information must be authentic. Though the Yunji master has never made a public appearance, we've verified her identity through multiple channels. She is indeed Miss An Ruoxi. If you still have doubts, please look at the screen. The image shifted, displaying An Ruoxi's original registration from the year she entered the competition, her real name, ID number, a 2-inch photo, and the stage name, Yunji. The account used to collect prize money also showed her legal name, An Ruoxi. Pei Tianming still refused to believe it. She already hated that An Ruoxi had always been better than her in the past. Now, even as a fallen heiress, she was still outshining her. How was she supposed to stomach that? She shrieked, impossible. Shut up. Pei Tianming cut her off before she could get another word out. Don't make a scene here. Pei Tianming's face twisted with resentment, but she stayed quiet. She glared at An Ruoxi. Just you wait. As the drama settled, the organizer stepped in to smooth things over. That was just a small hiccup. Now, let's move to the final part of the competition. Please welcome the Yunji master to present the championship award. Jiang Yang let out a breath. At least her title was still intact. She stepped forward with a bright smile, ready to receive her honor. A hostess carried the championship trophy to An Ruoxi. An Ruoxi glanced at Jiang Yang, glowing in her moment, but she didn't reach for the trophy. Her expression hardened, a frown creasing her brow. I can't give out this championship trophy. Jiang Yang's heart plummeted. That little bitch was screwing her at the last second. She forced a smile. Yunji master, I was wrong to doubt you earlier, but I already apologized. You can't just withhold my trophy over that. An Ruoxi took a step toward Jiang Yang, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Designer Jiang, are you really unaware of your own skill level? Do you honestly think you deserve this championship? Jiang Yang's eyes flew wide with terror. What did she mean? Did she know about the plagiarism? The thought hit like a thunderbolt. An Ruoxi owned the design house. The designer behind the design house's work had always been a mystery. Could it be An Ruoxi herself? That would mean she'd plagiarized An Ruoxi's designs. Jiang Yang began trembling uncontrollably. If her plagiarism was exposed, her entire life was over, but she'd fished the drafts out of An Ruoxi's trash. She'd bet everything on the fact that An Ruoxi had no proof. She straightened her spine. Yunji master, I earned this championship with my own ability. What makes you think I don't deserve it? An Ruoxi's laugh was cold. Because your entry is plagiarized. A wave of shock tore through the audience. Jiang's father felt his legs fold. His mind went blank. It was over, completely over. Jiang Yang had come too far to fold now. She fired back, voice sharp. Cloud God, how dare you slander me like that? You say I copied you, where's your proof? An Ruoxi looked at her with ice in her eyes. Of course I have proof. She flicked a glance toward Xiao Yi, standing in the wings. Xiao Yi moved immediately, murmuring to the organizers. Seconds later, the massive stage screen shifted, filling with a series of designs. An Ruoxi lifted her hand toward the display. These are the 8 new pieces I designed for Aurora, the classic of Mountains and Seas mythical beast series. Every line of inspiration comes straight from the original text. The first piece, Zhulong's Eye, the sunlit gown. The skirt flows like liquid gold, shifting from blazing red to absolute black, capturing the moment the torch dragon opens its eyes at dawn. The second, Yinglong's Wings, the ascension robe. A fitted column gown with a train that unfurls into translucent wings, bleeding from silver blue to deep black, like cloud trails left behind when the winged dragon takes flight. The third, by Ze, the omniscience garment. The fourth, Zheng, the crimson flame cloak. The fifth, Dijiang, the chaos overcoat. The sixth, Wenyaro fish, the rippling dream dress. The seventh, Chengqi, the bone spike jacket. And the eighth, nine-tailed fox, the enchanting illusion gown. She turned back to Jiang Yang, each word landing like a blade. And your copy is my 8th piece, down to the details. The moment those designs lit up the screen, the crowd lost its mind. Oh my God, is Cloud God out here feeding us today? I cannot believe I'm seeing this many stunning pieces at once. This ticket was worth every cent. What did I do in a past life to deserve being a Cloud God fan? This is insane. Every single one is a masterpiece. How does someone this brilliant even exist? I walked in here with a friend, but I'm leaving a full-on Cloud God stan. Those clothes are art, every last one. Aurora is Cloud God's boutique. No wonder it's taken the capital by storm. The second these drop, I am selling everything I own. Same. I won't even wear it. I'll frame it. Hello? Can we focus? There's a plagiarist standing on that stage right now, and y'all are acting like you don't see her. Can you blame us? Cloud God's designs stole every brain cell I had, but now that you mention it, throw her in jail. Seriously. Yeah, someone with zero morals like that deserves a cell. And a lifetime blacklist from the entire industry. She doesn't get to call herself a designer ever. I know her. She's a Jiang family heiress, they're in garments. This isn't even their first time copying designs, their business has been tanking for years. Starting tomorrow, I'm calling it. Boycott everything the Jiang family touches. Boycott. The fury swept through the crowd like a wave. On stage, Jiang Yang was spiraling. Completely unmoored, she forced herself to breathe, to hold it together. If she got branded a plagiarist right here, right now, her career was finished. She refused to let it end like this. Even if you designed a whole series, that doesn't prove I copied you. For all anyone knows, you could have copied me. The head judge, Leon, a ride-or-die Cloud God fan, frowned at her words. Whether you copied or not is obvious to everyone in this room. Stop embarrassing yourself. The cut and proportions of the gown you presented are riddled with flaws. Cloud God's 8 pieces, design, cut, proportion, are flawless. Anyone with even a basic eye for design can see who copied whom. Jiang Yang felt the ground crumbling beneath her. It was over. Everything was over. Her eyes went red, and she burst into tears on the runway. She's Cloud God, she has legions of fans. I'm just some nobody designer. Does that mean I deserve to be bullied like this? An Ruoxi could not believe Jiang Yang was still grasping for excuses. Her voice dropped, cold and final. You really won't cry until you see the coffin, will you? Fine. Here's your proof. The screen shifted again. This time, a series of official documents filled it. An Ruoxi's tone was absolute. I have a habit. Every time I finish a design, I register it for copyright protection. All 8 of these pieces carry official registration certificates. She paused, letting the silence stretch. Jiang Yang, expect a letter from my lawyers. I'm suing you for copyright infringement. Jiang Yang stared at her, horror dawning. Then the pieces clicked together, and her face twisted with rage. She thrust a finger at An Ruoxi. You set this whole thing up. You had someone plant those drafts in the trash, knowing I'd pick them up. You did it just to destroy me. You vicious bitch. An Ruoxi allowed herself a single, cold thought. At least she's not entirely stupid, but figuring it out now was far too late. The audience heard Jiang Yang curse Cloud God and erupted. Oh hell no, she did not just curse at Cloud God. Do we look invisible to you? Somebody dropped the Jiang family's address in the chat. I'm on my way with a truckload of manure for their doorstep. Security, why is this lunatic still on the stage? Get her out of here. Plagiarist, get lost, protect Cloud God. But the most broken person in the room was Jiang Yang's father. He stood frozen under the spotlight, feeling like a national joke and a global one. He wanted the floor to split open and swallow him whole. And worse, far worse, was the contract he'd signed with Mr. Liu. Over 500 million in damages. He'd be forced off a rooftop. He stormed toward Jiang Yang, eyes blazing, and slapped her so hard across the face the sound cracked through the venue. You ungrateful brat. You've just buried the Jiang family. Jiang Yang, struck in front of everyone, burned with shame and fury. She clutched her cheek, sobbing. Everything I did for this family. Her father roared back. Then you still don't plagiarize. Do you have any idea, because of what you did, our family might have to pay over 500 million in compensation? What? Jiang Yang went pale, the shock slamming into her chest, but he was already gone, storming off the stage without another word. An Ruoxi watched the Jiang family implode, her gaze utterly cold. The stage was set, and this was only the beginning of their living hell. The award ceremony ended without a winner. Pei Jianming's 8 designs had made everything else in the competition look dull and lifeless. Pei Jianming was about to step off the stage when the crowd surged forward, desperate for photos, for handshakes. Pei Tianming stared at the chaos, stunned as a top actor. He'd seen rabid fans before, but nothing like this. Was Pei Jianming really that magnetic? Thankfully, the organizers had hired enough security to hold the crowd back. Han Lu headed to the parking lot to bring the car around. Pei Jianming slipped into the VIP room. The moment she stepped inside, a tall figure slid in behind her. A familiar crisp scent, laced with faint tobacco, wrapped around her instantly. Xiao Yuan braced one hand against the door beside her head and leaned in. His narrow eyes held a glint of amusement. Running off so fast? He was too close. Pei Jianming's nostrils filled with him, her back pressed against the door, and an inexplicable panic fluttered in her chest. She pressed a finger against his chest, trying to create some distance. "Mr. Xiao, what brings you to a fashion design competition?" Instead of backing off, Xiao Yuan edged closer. "Ungrateful little thing. Didn't you ask me to come? I cancelled an important meeting just for you." His voice was low, magnetic. This close, his handsome features were even more striking. Pei Jianming felt the air thin, breathing became a struggle. She shoved him hard. "I never asked you to come." Xiao Yuan stumbled back 2 steps, annoyance flickering across his face. "Wang Wanjuan's niece told me you were nervous and wanted me here for support." "What? You just use me and then toss me aside?" Wu Jingyi. Pei Jianming's expression went cold. Why would she lie? Whatever Wu Jingyi's motive, being dragged into it pissed her off. 11:11, are you in there? Pei Tianming's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Yuan's face darkened instantly. A chilling aura radiated from him. Pei Jianming frowned. What was Pei Tianming doing here? When she didn't answer, he called again. 11:11, I know you're in there. Open the door. I need to talk to you. Xiao Yuan's eyes, narrow and venomous, locked onto hers. Storm clouds gathered in his gaze. Why aren't you answering him? Pei Jianming didn't want anyone to see her with Xiao Yuan, but right now, he felt like a grenade with the pin pulled. So annoying. Pei Tianming heard voices inside, a man's voice. He pounded on the door again. 11:11, who's in there with you? Answer me. Pei Jianming finally snapped. Get lost. Hearing her voice, Pei Tianming seemed to calm down. He kept talking, almost to himself. 11:11, it's fine if you won't open the door, just listen. I know you're all alone now, and things aren't easy. We were engaged once. If you promise to drop those bad habits you picked up over the past 4 years, I'll let you stay by my side. Don't worry. I'll take good care of you. You won't suffer. Pei Jianming mentally cursed every ancestor of the Pei family for generations. Was this confidence hereditary? Where did he get the nerve? Her voice turned icy. Pei Tianming, are you out of your mind? I said get lost. She'd deal with him later. Now wasn't the time. Pei Tianming furrowed his brow. 11:11, stop pretending. You used to love me so much. Ever since you came back, you keep showing up around me, trying to get my attention. I've already agreed to let you stay, no more playing hard to get. Pei Jinyu felt like she'd been blind before. How could she have ever fallen for someone like this? Rage boiled inside her. She opened her mouth to fire back. Xiao Yuan's forehead veins bulged, his face was a mask of pure fury. Fuck. He yanked the VIP room door open. If your ears are useless, donate them. Didn't you hear her tell you to get lost? Pei Tianming stared in shock at Xiao Yuan. Then his gaze shifted to Pei Jinyu standing behind him. You two, together? Xiao Yuan's fists cracked as he clenched them. His fury turned him into a wolf whose territory had just been invaded. His voice dripped ice. I'm her man. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Pei Jinyu pressed a hand to her forehead. Xiao Yuan, the human bomb. Pei Tianming's face twisted with shock, then disappointment. 11:11, you actually. He didn't finish. He turned and left, so Pei Jinyu had latched onto that lunatic Xiao Yuan just to survive. No wonder she could afford such a nice car, and he'd actually tried to help her. She was a huge disappointment. He decided he was done with Pei Jinyu after Pei Tianming left. Pei Jinyu glared at Xiao Yuan. Why did you say that in front of him? He's an idiot, why bother with him? Xiao Yuan stared straight at her. He ran his tongue over his back teeth, his eyes burning. I'm fucking jealous. Pei Jinyu froze. She could only stare back, unsure how to respond. Imperial Royal Feast, Tianhe Restaurant. Panjichu, the event organizer, was hosting dinner for the VIPs and judges. Panjichu had helped Pei Jinyu when she opened the Aurora store, so she didn't refuse the invitation. The private room was massive, dripping with opulent decor. Xiao Yuan, given his status, naturally took the head seat. Next, Panjichu seated Pei Jinyu to Xiao Yuan's right. As for Xiao Yuan's left side, Panjichu glanced at Wu Jingyi, who stood nearby, and understood immediately this beauty had been with Xiao Yuan the entire time. She had to be his woman. He smiled tentatively. This young lady came with CEO Xiao, so she should sit beside him. Xiao Yuan's focus was entirely on Pei Jinyu. As long as she was next to him, he didn't care where anyone else sat. Seeing no objection, Panjichu breathed a silent sigh of relief. He'd guessed correctly. Wu Jingyi was seated on Xiao Yuan's left. Master Leon eagerly took the seat next to Pei Jinyu. Pei Tianming sat beside Wu Jingyi. The rest followed in order. Leon was a die-hard fan of Pei Jinyu in his 50s. Sitting next to his idol made him as stiff as a schoolboy. His back was ramrod straight, each breath shallow and quick, terrified of disturbing her. After mentally preparing himself, he pulled out a notebook and pen and looked at her with reverence. Miss Pei, could I have your autograph? Pei Jinyu smiled gently. Of course. She took the notebook and was about to write. Could you write? To Leon, there is only one you in this world. Sure, Pei Jinyu said. She wrote the English line in a flourish, then signed her name. Handing back the notebook, she smiled. Leon's face lit up with barely contained excitement. He accepted it respectfully. Thank you, Miss Pei. I will treasure this signature forever. Panjichu teased him. Never thought I'd see the day. Caesar of the fashion world, Master Leon, acts like such a fanboy. Leon tucked the notebook away like a precious gem. beaming, stands don't have an age limit. Xiao Yuan shot Leon an annoyed glance, then said coolly, Miss Pei sure is popular. How about signing one for me too? With so many people around, Pei Jinyu couldn't refuse. She smiled sure. A waiter quickly handed her paper and a pen before she could write. Xiao Yuan added, I want a dedication too, right? He leaned in close, whispering so only she could hear, to Xiao Yuan, love you for 10,000 years, never apart through all lifetimes. Signed, Pei Jinyu. Pei Jinyue's hand paused over the paper. She shot him a sideways glare. This bastard. She ignored his instructions and wrote in clean, elegant strokes, to Xiao Yuan, wishing you every success. Xiao Yuan glanced at it, his expression souring. That's not what I said. Take it or leave it, Pei Jinyu said pleasantly, still smiling. Xiao Yuan said nothing, that he folded the paper carefully and slipped it into the inner pocket of his suit jacket. Pan Jichu raised his glass, toasting the successful conclusion of the competition and praising Pei Jinyue's talent. The table buzzed with conversation. Wu Jingyi sat quietly, picking at her food, stealing glances at Xiao Yuan. He hadn't looked at her once since they sat down. His attention was fixed on Pei Jinyu, the way he poured her tea, the way he angled his body toward her. Wu Jingyi's fingers tightened around her wine glass. She leaned toward Xiao Yuan and spoke softly. Brother Xiao Yuan, try this. It's excellent. She placed a piece of braised pork on his plate. Xiao Yuan didn't even glance at it, not hungry. Wu Jingyi's smile stiffened. Across the table, Pei Tianming watched the scene unfold, his jaw tight. He drained his glass in one go. Leon, oblivious to the undercurrents, kept chattering excitedly to Pei Jinyu about fabrics and design philosophy. Pei Jinyu listened attentively, occasionally offering insights that made Leon gasp with admiration. Xiao Yuan watched her, his dark eyes unreadable. Halfway through the meal, Pei Jinyu excused herself to the restroom. She stood at the sink, touching up her lipstick. When Wu Jingyi walked in, Wu Jingyi stopped beside her, meeting her eyes in the mirror. You're quite close with brother Xiao Yuan, Wu Jingyi said, her tone light but edged. Pei Jinyu capped her lipstick. Is there a problem? Wu Jingyi smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes, just an observation. She leaned closer, lowering her voice. I've known brother Xiao Yuan since we were children. He's never looked at anyone the way he looks at you. Pei Jinyu turned to face her directly. And I don't like it, Wu Jingyi said, dropping the pretense. So consider this a friendly warning. Stay away from him. Pei Jinyu laughed softly. You brought me here, you told him I wanted him to come, and now you're telling me to stay away. Make up your mind. Wu Jingyi's expression flickered. Pei Jinyu stepped closer, her voice dropping to a murmur. Next time you want to play games, leave me out of it. She walked out, leaving Wu Jingyi standing alone by the sinks, her reflection pale under the harsh bathroom lights. Back at the table, Xiao Yuan noticed the shift in Pei Jinyue's mood immediately. He leaned toward her. What happened? Nothing, she said smoothly, just girl talk. Xiao Yuan's eyes narrowed, but he didn't press. When Wu Jingyi returned, her composure was flawless. She chatted easily with Pan Jichu, laughed at the right moments, and didn't look at Pei Jinyu again. The dinner ended just past 9 outside the restaurant. The night air was cool and crisp. Pan Jichu shook hands with everyone, thanking them for coming. Leon clutched his signed notebook to his chest, still beaming. Pei Tianming walked up to Pei Jinyu, his expression guarded. 11:11, can I have a word? Alone. Before Pei Jinyu could answer, Xiao Yuan stepped between them. She's busy. Pei Tianming's eyes hardened. I wasn't talking to you. And I don't give a damn, Xiao Yuan said. She's leaving with me. Pei Jinyu sighed. Pei Tianming, whatever you have to say, I'm not interested. Pei Tianming stared at her for a long moment. Fine. But this conversation isn't over. He walked away, disappearing into the parking lot. Xiao Yuan turned to Pei Jinyu, his expression dark. Get in the car. I have my own ride. Get in the car, he repeated, his jaw tight. Han Lu had already pulled up with Pei Jinyu's car. She hesitated, then told Han Lu, I'll ride with him. Follow us. Han Lu nodded. Xiao Yuan's driver opened the rear door. Pei Jinyu slid in, and Xiao Yuan followed close behind. The car pulled away from the restaurant, the city lights blurring past the tinted windows. Neither of them spoke. Xiao Yuan's hand found hers in the dark. He laced their fingers together, his grip firm. Pei Jinyu looked down at their intertwined hands, then up at his profile, sharp against the passing streetlights. Are you still jealous? She asked quietly. Xiao Yuan's thumb stroked the back of her hand. No. A pause. Yes. Pei Jinyu bit back a smile. He means nothing to me. Is nothing. Xiao Yuan said nothing, but the tension in his grip eased slightly. After a long silence, he spoke. Wu Jingyi, did she say something to you in the bathroom? Perceptive bastard. It's handled, Pei Jinyu said. Xiao Yuan turned to look at her, his dark eyes searching her face. I've known her a long time, he said. She's my aunt's niece. That's all. You don't owe me an explanation. I know, he said, but I'm giving you one anyway. Pei Jinyu felt something shift in her chest. She looked away, out the window. Where are we going? My place. Xiao Yuan, just for a drink, he said. I'm not going to do anything. She didn't believe him, not for a second, but she didn't argue. The car glided through the gates of a private estate and pulled up in front of a sleek modern penthouse. Xiao Yuan led her inside. The space was all dark wood, floor-to-ceiling windows, and minimalist luxury. The city sprawled beneath them. A sea of lights. He poured 2 glasses of whiskey, handing her one. Pei Jinyu took a sip, letting the warmth spread through her. Xiao Yuan stood by the window, his back to her, his silhouette sharp against the glittering skyline. I meant what I said, he said quietly, in that room, when I said I'm your man. Pei Jinyu's fingers tightened around her glass. He turned to face her, his expression unreadable. I'm playing for keeps, Jinyu. No games. No bullshit. He crossed the room, stopping inches from her. His hand came up, fingers brushing her jaw, tilting her face toward his. So you need to know, he said, his voice low and rough. I don't share. I don't back off, and I sure as hell don't let go. Pei Jinyu's heart pounded against her ribs. She should say something, push him away, set boundaries, but the words wouldn't come because some treacherous part of her didn't want to push him away at all. Xiao Yuan's thumb traced her lower lip, his eyes dropped to her mouth. Tell me to stop, he murmured, and I will. She didn't speak. He leaned in, his lips were a breath away from hers when his phone rang. shattering the silence. Xiao Yuan cursed under his breath. He pulled back, snatching the phone from his pocket. What? A voice crackled on the other end, urgent and panicked. Xiao Yuan's expression shifted. The heat in his eyes cooled, replaced by something sharp and lethal. I'm on my way. He ended the call and looked at Pei Jinyu. I have to go. What happened? He grabbed his coat. Something came up. I'll have my driver take you home. Xiao Yuan, I'll call you, he said, already heading for the door. He paused at the threshold, turning back. His gaze held hers for a beat. This isn't over. And then he was gone. Pei Jinyu stood alone in the vast penthouse, the city lights blinking beneath her, the ghost of his touch still warm on her skin. She finished her whiskey in one swallow. Whatever had just started between them, she had a feeling there was no stopping it now. And Xiao Yi felt her cheeks heat at Xiao Yi's words. She shot him a sharp, pointed glare, then forced a smile. Sure. She scrawled a single line onto the paper and slid it toward him. Xiao Yi read the elegant handwriting, and the corner of his mouth tugged upward. Fucking adorable. He folded the paper with care and tucked it into the inner pocket over his left chest. Then he gave her a look she couldn't quite read. I really do love Master An's autograph. And Xiao Yi frowned, confused. Had he not actually read what she wrote? And he wasn't mad, because what she'd written was, to dumbass Xiao, if your mouth's that idle, go lick a toilet bowl instead of standing around daydreaming and running it. Signed, and Xiao Yi. Pei Tianming watched their back and forth in silence, his chest ready to explode, flirting right out in the open, absolutely shameless. Thanks to those two autographs, the mood around the table thawed a little, and most of the dishes had been served. Pan Jichu, playing host, rose to his feet with a smile. On such a special occasion, we should have some wine. He signaled the waitstaff. Two servers stepped forward with decanters and began pouring. The first stopped beside Xiao Yi, the second headed straight for An Ruoxi. Before she could open her mouth, Pei Tianming crowed, his voice dripping with triumph. Don't pour for her, she's allergic to alcohol. 1 glass and she's out cold. The words landed like a spark on dry grass. Every face around the table lit up with curiosity. Eyes darted between Pei Tianming and An Ruoxi. Master An and actor Pei. Was there history there? A dangerous flash crossed Xiao Yi's eyes. His grip on his wine glass tightened. A sharp crack split the air, the glass shattered in his hand. Everyone flinched. Wu Jingyi was the first to react. She lunged forward and grabbed his hand, her face filled with concern. Mr. Xiao, you're bleeding. Get off me. The second her fingers touched him, he flung her aside. She crumpled to the floor. Pan Jichu scrambled to get someone to help Wu Jingyi up and barked for the first aid kit. An Ruoxi felt a dull throb at her temples. God. Pei Tianming and that goddamn mouth of his. Pei Tianming took in the blood dripping from Xiao Yi's hand and felt a swell of satisfaction. An Ruoxi's real love was still him. What could Xiao Yi possibly compare to? A server rushed over with the medical kit, but Xiao Yi's eyes were storm dark, his whole presence radiating so much menace that no one dared get close. An Ruoxi rose and held her hand out to the server, her face unreadable. Give it to me. The server passed it over like a live grenade. She opened the kit with practiced ease and pulled out cotton swabs and iodine. Xiao Yi's left hand was still clenched in a fist, veins corded along the back, blood seeping between his knuckles. An Ruoxi frowned. Open your hand. His face was terrifying, pitch black with rage. He lifted those narrow eyes to her. If not for her, he would have already dealt with that bastard Pei Tianming. An Ruoxi was losing patience. Open your hand. He clicked his tongue against his back teeth. Then, like an obedient dog, he uncurled his fingers. The room fell dead silent. People still trembling from fear traded wide-eyed glances. This was Xiao Yi, the man everyone was afraid of. And wasn't this exactly like training a dog? An Ruoxi cleaned the wound and wrapped it with steady hands. Then she straightened, grabbed a full decanter of red wine from another server, and walked stone-faced toward Pei Tianming. Without a word, she lifted the decanter and poured the entire bottle over his head. Pei Tianming shot up as if scalded. An Ruoxi, are you insane? She slapped him hard across the face. Pei Tianming, I was young back then. I couldn't tell a decent person from a dog. Now you've got a lot of nerve, acting like we're close in public. You're trash. Keep your hands off me. His face turned purple. An Ruoxi's appetite was gone. She turned to Panjitchu, her voice laced with genuine regret. President Pan, I'm sorry for ruining the dinner you worked so hard on. I'll come back another time to apologize properly. Without a backward glance, she walked out. At the Jiang family home. They had barely walked through the door when Mr. Jiang's phone started ringing off the hook. He answered the first few calls, and his legs nearly buckled. President Jiang, we won't be carrying your brands anymore. President Jiang, given your company's reputation just went up in flames, we can't continue our collaboration. President Jiang, when exactly do you plan to pay back the production costs we already fronted? Every single call came from distributors and suppliers. Almost every distributor had already dropped the Jiang brand without hesitation. And when the suppliers caught wind of it, their calls demanding payment started flooding in. Mr. Jiang had barely hung up when another call came through. It was Mr. Liu. President Jiang, what the hell is going on? Isn't your daughter supposed to be the champion? How did you manage to screw things up this badly? Mr. Jiang forced his voice into something fawning. Mr. Liu, our cooperation hasn't actually started yet. How about we just void the contract? Void it? Mr. Liu exploded. President Jiang, we signed a legally binding contract. The moment the ink dried, I poured 30 million into ad production. If you try to pull out now, I will see you in court. Mr. Liu, the line went dead. Mr. Jiang hurled his phone to the floor, his whole body shaking with rage. His wife wailed, "Honey, what are we going to do?" He jabbed a trembling finger at Jiang Yang. "This is all because of your precious daughter. The Jiang family is finished." Just then, a servant burst in, panic written all over her face. "Sir, madam, someone just dumped a whole bucket of manure at our front gate." Mr. Jiang's blood pressure skyrocketed. He rounded on Jiang Yang, voice cracking. "Disgrace to this family, disgrace." He clutched his chest, his face twisting in agony, and collapsed backward. "Honey, Dad." Mrs. Jiang and Jiang Yang's screams tore through the house. The moon was bright, stars scattered across a clear night sky. On the outskirts of Imperial City, a sunflower field spread across the land. An Ruoxi sat on a hillside overlooking the field, 2 cans of beer resting by her feet. Liu Jingxian had loved sunflowers. Panjichu had bought this field for her. Every early summer, her brother and Liu Jingxian would bring her here. Liu Jingxian and An Ruoxi would wander through the rows, taking photos, laughing until their sides ached. Panjichu would set up a tent in a patch of shade, unfold portable tables and chairs, and lay out every kind of food and drink they loved. When the two of them tired themselves out, they would collapse into the shade to cool off. Panjichu would smile and hand each of them a glass of iced sour plum soup. Liu Jingxian's homemade recipe. Sweet and tart. 1 sip and the world felt right again, remembering those bright, simple days, and Ruoxi smiled, her face glowing with joy, but when her gaze dropped to the barren field below, her eyes welled up, hot and sudden. She grabbed a can of beer, popped the tab, and took a long drink. The tears slid down her cheeks before she could stop them. She wiped them away with the back of her hand, lifted her chin to the full moon, and forced a smile. Sister Jingxian. The Jiang family got what they deserved. Every ounce of pain they caused you, I'll make sure they pay it back tenfold. 100-fold. She took another drink. You said you loved sunflowers because even when it rains, they still turn toward the sun. You said they were a symbol of light and hope. If I work hard enough, maybe I'll see you and my brother recover, too. And Ruoxi sat alone on the hillside, talking to no 1.3 people used to fill these outings with laughter. Now it was just her. She wished this was all a dream. That she would wake up and Mom, Dad, her brother, and Sister Jingxian would still be there. Not far from the hillside, beneath a tree, Xiao Yi stood with a cigarette between his lips and one hand in his pocket. The thick darkness hid his expression, but his eyes never left An Ruoxi. The assistant hesitated, then asked quietly, Mr. Xiao, Miss An seems upset. Maybe you should go comfort her. Xiao Yi took a long drag, exhaling a slow curl of smoke. His dark eyes were like deep, frozen pools. Let her be for a while. The assistant said nothing more. He stood beside Xiao Yi under the tree, waiting. A few moments later, the assistant sucked in a sharp breath. Mr. Xiao, Miss An, she's not moving. Xiao Yi saw it too. Her head had dropped. She sat perfectly still. His gaze turned cold. He flicked the cigarette aside and sprinted up the hillside. When he reached her and she did not react, an unfamiliar panic seized his chest. He gripped her shoulders and shook her gently and surely. She blinked, groggy and unfocused, then flashed him a sweet, dazed smile. Big brother. Xiao Yi's whole body jolted. He froze in place. The tips of his ears burned red, his throat moved as he swallowed. What did you just call me? Hell. That big brother hit harder than a kiss. An Ruoxi's cheeks were flushed. Her clear eyes were hazy, unfocused. Then her bottom lip wobbled, and she burst into tears, throwing herself against his chest. Daddy. I missed you so much. Xiao Yi caught the scent of alcohol on her breath. His gaze slid to the open beer can beside her. He picked it up and shook it. Half gone. Half a can and she was this wasted. Damn it. That Pei bastard was right. 1 drink and she was done. He was never letting her touch alcohol again. He scooped her up. We're going home. And Ruoxi curled into his chest, soft and utterly compliant. Okay, home. Xiao Yi looked down at her, peaceful, edges gone, trusting. Something sharp pierced his heart. This was what she should have always been, pampered, carefree. He held her tighter. In a low voice, he said to the assistant, who was following close behind, dig into what happened to the An family back then. The assistant paused, then answered, understood. Taiping Mountain. Wu Jingyi strode into the living room, her expression dark as a storm cloud. The moment the maid spotted her, she dismissed the other servants. She hurried over with a smile. "Oh, my dear niece, you're back." Wu Jingyi said nothing. She crossed to the sofa in silence and sat down stiffly. The maid's smile faded. "What happened? Things didn't go well today?" Wu Jingyi clenched her fist and slammed it against the coffee table. "I didn't expect Xiao Yi to be completely obsessed with An Ruoxi. No matter what she did, he would not even glance at her. He had told her to get lost, cold and final. Her whole life, with her face and her skills, she had had every man wrapped around her finger. This was the first time she had taken a hit this hard. The first time she had been humiliated like this. The maid's expression darkened. "Too, you couldn't win him over, either?" A vicious light flickered in Wu Jingyi's eyes. "Aunt, do you remember my little sister?" The maid had no idea why she would bring up the girl now. "Of course I do. Your father used to dote on her the most. But one night, your sister went drinking with friends at a bar, and someone violated her. Your father decided she had disgraced the family. After that, he couldn't stand the sight of her. That was when your father finally noticed you. He poured every ounce of love he had once given your sister onto you instead." Wu Jingyi's voice stayed soft, almost silky, but underneath it was a bottomless malice. "Auntie, want to guess how my sister ended up violated that night?" The maid's eyes flickered with confusion, then shock flooded her face. "Was that you?" Wu Jingyi did not confirm. She did not deny. She lowered her eyelids, eerily serene, and examined her perfect manicure. "When I want something, I get it, no matter the cost." She curled her slender fingers into a tight fist. The maid's expression shifted. A flicker of approval crossed her face. After all, it was every man for himself. She had been a servant her whole life. Now she had a shot at being the mistress. Why would she not grab it with both hands? "What's your plan?" the maid asked. Wu Jingyi did not answer. She pulled out her phone and dialed. The moment the call connected, her face bloomed with warmth. She cooed into the phone, "Brother Long, it's been way too long. I need a little favor." The warm amber glow of the lamp filled the room, cozy, intimate. Xiao Yuan lowered An Ruoxi onto the bed and pulled the duvet over her. She curled onto her side, brow knitted tight, dark hair spilling across the pillow in tangled waves. The maid hovered at the bedside, a thread of worry in her voice. "Is Miss An all right?" Xiao Yuan didn't look up. He traced a fingertip along An Ruoxi's temple, sweeping away the loose strands. "Bring some honey water." The maid was quick. She returned in under a minute. Cup in hand, Xiao Yuan took it. "That's all." She nodded and slipped out, pulling the door shut behind her. He cradled the back of An Ruoxi's neck, easing her upright against his arm. His voice dropped lower, softer than usual. "An Ruoxi, sit up, drink a little." She frowned, fumbling for his wrist, and sipped from the cup. Soft swallows rose from her throat, small and animal-like. Her lips parted and closed, slick with honey water. Xiao Yuan's grip on the cup tightened. His Adam's apple shifted. A kick of heat jumped through his pulse. After she drank, her lashes fluttered open. Her gaze was unfocused, swimming, then landed on the face hovering inches from hers. A sweet, loose smile spread across her lips. Wow, you are seriously gorgeous. She lifted a finger and traced his face without asking. Eyelashes, so long. Nose, very straight. And your lips. She tilted her head, studying them. Those look like they'd be good to kiss. Also, her finger drifted lower, grazing his Adam's apple. This part, it really stands out. Xiao Yuan's dark eyes narrowed, the heat in them shifted, sharpening into something dangerous. He caught her wandering fingers, a wicked grin pulling at the corner of his mouth. And surely you asked for this. He leaned in, his tall frame pressing her back against the mattress as his mouth covered hers. A breathy sound escaped her throat. Her lips parted on instinct. He took the invitation. The kiss deepened, his tongue sliding past her teeth, tangling hot and insistent with hers, possessive, ravenous, like he wanted to devour her whole. His palm slid beneath the hem of her dress, gliding higher. Hurts, she whimpered, twisting, trying to squirm free. The alcohol had left her limbs useless, her pale cheeks flushed pink, air running short. Only when he felt her struggling to breathe did he yank himself back under control. He broke the kiss and moved lower, her earlobe, her throat, the dip of her collarbone. His breathing turned ragged, rapid. 11, let me have you, His hands kept moving, but the body beneath him gave no response. He lifted his head. A low, rough laugh scraped from his chest. He grazed his teeth over his bottom lip and surely had passed out cold. Xiao Yuan rolled onto his side next to her, chest heaving. He stared down at the tent in his pants. His dark eyes churned. He hesitated all of 3 seconds, then he pulled her warm, soft body flush against him, voice husky in her ear. 11, you lit this fire. You're putting it out. In her sleep, and surely felt a furnace pressed to her back and something rigid digging into her waist. Hurts, move it, she mumbled, reaching blindly behind her. Xiao Yuan let out a rough, gratified groan. Then an idea sparked. He bent close to her ear, voice low, dangerously coaxing. 11, be good. I'll teach you. His large hand closed over hers. Outside the half-open window, moonlight spilled like water. The night haze thickened. Inside the room, tangled heated whispers stretched on and on. They didn't stop until the early hours before dawn. Morning light bled through the curtains. Sholi's lashes fluttered. She surfaced slowly. Her head pounded. She tried to press her temples. Her right hand sagged, limp and aching. Just lifting it made her fingers tremble. What the hell had her right hand done? How was this even possible? Morning, 11. Xiao Yuan's voice slid over her, thick with satisfaction. Sholi scrambled back. The motion pulled at muscles she hadn't used before. She registered the raw burning between her inner thighs. Why are you in my bed? She yanked the covers up to check her clothes from last night were still on. Nothing looked out of place except her right hand and the chafed skin between her legs. Xiao Yuan propped his head on his hand, thumb tracing his lower lip. His eyes were dark, suggestive. You don't remember getting drunk and forcing yourself on me? Kissing me? Her mind blanked. She couldn't recall a single thing after the drinks. She'd only blacked out once before. That time she'd simply passed out. Her parents said she'd slept like the dead. When had she become the handsy type? Xiao Yuan watched her face strain for a memory that wouldn't come. A wicked glint flickered through his eyes. He pushed off the bed, circled to her side, and leaned down. You didn't just kiss me. His gaze dropped. You touched it, too. Aside from my own right hand, nothing's ever touched that part of me. So what are you gonna do to make it up to me? And Xiao Li's cheeks flamed, fragments flickered. She'd been kissing Xiao Yuan. Her face burned hotter. She fumbled for words. I was drunk. I didn't mean to. Xiao Yuan watched her blush and stumble. Damn, she was cute. He smirked and decided not to push it. Straightening, he headed for the door. Tell the maid to change the sheets. And Xiao Li frowned and threw the covers back. Stains marked the pale blue sheets. In a flash, she understood exactly what had happened. To her hand. To her thighs. Xiao Yuan. She hissed at the door, clicking shut, but strangely, knowing how far they'd gone, she felt more embarrassed than angry, maybe because Xiao Yuan was just too good-looking. Facing that face and that body, she couldn't exactly call it losing. Xiao Yuan heard her hiss from the hall. It held about as much real threat as an angry kitten. His mood lifted noticeably. He went to his room, showered, changed, and headed downstairs for breakfast. By the time he finished eating, the assistant was waiting by the car with the driver. Xiao Yuan slid into the back seat. The assistant handed him a folder. President Xiao, the materials for the executive residence project. Xiao Yuan flipped through. Good. We're heading to the residence. And Xiao Li soaked in the bathtub. She stared at the angry red patch on the inside of her pale thigh and fumed. That bastard Xiao Yuan. How long had he been grinding against her to rub the skin raw? She was never drinking again. Ever. After a long, unhurried soak, she went downstairs for breakfast. She'd skipped dinner and thrown back alcohol on an empty stomach, so she ate a bit more than usual. She was chewing slowly when Wu Jingyi approached. Wu smiled, sugary sweet. Good morning, Misson. And Xiao Li had zero patience for this woman since learning about the scheming behind her back. She answered flatly. Morning. Wu Jingyi pretended not to notice the ice smile still fixed in place. She said, Misson, there's a charity event at an orphanage today. I'd love for you to join me. Would you be willing? And Xiao Li paused, chopsticks hovering. Why do you want me there? Wu's smile didn't crack. You're a famous master. The children would be thrilled to meet you. Could you spare some time for those poor kids? And Xiao Li's gaze settled on her, steady and measuring. A few seconds passed, then she smiled back. Sure. She wanted to see exactly what kind of game this woman was playing. The orphanage playground echoed with laughter and happy shouts. And Xiao Li stood behind a row of tables, handing out toys to the children. A dozen reporters crowded behind them, cameras rolling, capturing every moment. She smiled warmly, her voice dripping with honey. Don't rush, little ones. Everyone gets one. Please don't push. Be careful. If anyone falls, I'll be heartbroken. Smaller kids first, bigger kids, let them go ahead. I promise, nobody leaves empty-handed. Some of the bolder kids, charmed by her gentle tone and pretty face, shouted with excitement, Thank you, pretty lady, you're a real angel. Pretty lady, You're so nice. I really, really like you. Pretty lady. Good luck will make you rich and lucky forever. And Xiao Yi basked in the praise, feeling thoroughly smug. Not long ago, she'd been dragged through the mud online. Her mother had come up with a plan: do charity work, build a wholesome persona, hire media outlets and influencers to hype it up. The turnaround had been surprisingly good. The online hate died down, her fans were defending her again, and her reputation was almost back to its peak. After handing out the last toy, she posed behind the tables for a group photo with the orphans. Her assistant flashed an OK sign without a second glance at the children, and Xiao Yi hurried out of the orphanage. The moment she reached her assistant, she wrinkled her nose in disgust and fanned the air. Let's go, let's go. Those little brats reek of sweat. I'm about to suffocate. Her assistant knew the young lady's temper well. She packed up quickly and asked, "Should we say goodbye to the director?" And Xiao Yi glared at her. The director of an orphanage? Why bother? Let's go. The assistant nodded fast. Got it. They'd barely taken 2 steps when Liang Xini and Wu Jingyi appeared, walking toward them. Seeing Liang Xini, and Xiao Yi ground her teeth. This was the bitch who'd ruined her. Liang Xini noticed her and let out a mocking laugh. Oh, if it isn't my big sister, the superstar who got roasted all over social media. And Xiao Yi's glare turned venomous. Then she sneered, "Haven't you seen the news lately? My reputation's better than ever." Liang Xini shrugged. Why would I bother? People like you, fake to the core, always get exposed in the end. You. And Xiao Yi fumed. She snapped, "Liang Xini, what are you so proud of? I'm the eldest daughter of the An family now. One day, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy." Liang Xini crossed her arms, a cold smirk on her lips. "Oh, really? I'll be waiting." Just then, a little girl clutching a toy ran over. She threw herself at An Xiao Yi's legs, beaming. "Pretty lady, are you leaving? Can I give you a hug?" Caught off guard, An Xiao Yi didn't even try to hide her disgust. She kicked the girl away like swatting a filthy bug. "Get off me. Do you have any idea how much this dress costs? If you ruin it, can you even afford to pay for it?" The assistant's face flickered with shock. She quickly tugged at An Xiao Yi's sleeve. The little girl hit the ground and burst into tears, terrified by the vicious look on the woman's face. Liang Xini rushed over and scooped the girl into her arms. She said coldly, "An Xiao Yi, she's just a child. Is this how you do charity?" The commotion drew everyone's attention. An Xiao Yi's face twisted with fury. She barked at her assistant, "Let's go." She practically fled. In the car, An Xiao Yi seethed. She pulled out her phone and called old master and grandfather. "What about the mercenary you hired? Why isn't that bitch dead yet?" Old master and was in a meeting, irritated. He snapped, "It's already in motion." Then he hung up. An Xiao Yi gripped her phone, her eyes dark and murderous. Liang Xini had the steward arrange 3 pickup trucks, one loaded with clothes, one with snacks, and one with school supplies. Compared to toys, she figured these were what the kids actually needed. Wu Jingyi, who'd invited her along, had come empty-handed. She explained she'd planned to volunteer as an aid worker, so she hadn't bought supplies. Liang Xini didn't call her out. She just watched the act in silence. The director was deeply grateful to Liang Xini and invited both women to stay for lunch. After they ate, the two left the orphanage. The place was tucked away in a remote suburb. The road was narrow and winding, but luckily there was almost no traffic. Liang Xinyi drove calmly. Wu Jingyi sat in the passenger seat, buttering her up. Miss Liang, you're so generous, donating all those things to the kids. Liang Xinyi glanced at her, half joking. Miss Wu, you don't seem like you're here just for charity. There's something else you're after. Wu Jingyi's heart skipped a beat. Had she seen through her? She forced a composed smile. Miss Liang, you're joking. If not charity, what else would I do at an orphanage? Liang Xinyi gave her a meaningful look. That's exactly what I'd like to ask you, Miss Wu. Wu Jingyi laughed nervously. You're overthinking it. A cold smile curled on Liang Xinyi's lips. She said nothing more. Suddenly, a military green jeep appeared from the opposite direction. Liang Xinyi turned the wheel to avoid it, but the jeep swerved like a drunk, and with a loud crunch, slammed into Liang Xinyi's sports car. Liang Xinyi hit the brakes hard, frowning. She opened the door and got out to check the damaged eye in the passenger seat. Wu Jingyi smirked with triumph. The doors of the jeep swung open. 4 men stepped out, hulking brutes, all over. 6 feet tall. The leader, a bald thug, started cursing. Are you blind? How the hell do you drive? Liang Xinyi stared at him coldly. You crossed into my lane and hit my car. The bald thug spat on the ground. Shut your mouth, bitch. The 3 men behind him circled her with leering grins. Boss, why waste words? She wrecked our car, let her pay with her body. Yeah, look at that soft skin. She'll be a wild ride. Ha ha ha. Their laughter was obscene. Liang Xinyi stepped back, her eyes dark. What do you think you're doing? Wu Jingyi played her part too. Don't come any closer, I'll call the police. The men shifted their attention. Ooh, there's another one. Boss, we're in luck tonight. The bald thug guffawed. Boys, tonight we feast. He lunged at Liang Xinyi, pressing a cloth over her mouth before she could react. She struggled for a moment, then went limp. Wu Jingyi's face lit up with triumph. She got out of the car and walked over to the bald thug. Without a word, she shot him a look. He grinned confidently. Don't worry, I used a heavy dose. Could knock out a bull. Wu Jingyi finally spoke. Make sure you do a good job. When I become the mistress of Taiping Mountain, you'll all be rewarded. The bald thug eyed Liang Xinyi's stunning face, hunger burning in his gaze. Relax. We brought all the equipment. I guarantee you, soon, a video of this bitch begging for more will be all over the capital. The presidential palace stood beneath the imperial city sky, its tall stone pillars holding up classical archways. Sunlight struck the marble exterior, lending it an imposing, gleaming luster. Above the dome, the national flag snapped in the wind, overlooking the entire capital. Inside a small reception room, the decor was lavish and the furnishings extravagant. President Jin Hongde and Xiao Yuan sat facing each other. President Jin was in his 50s, straight-backed, broad-shouldered, radiating absolute authority. A touch of grey streaked his temples, but his sharp eyes still burned bright. Xiao Yuan, barely in his 20s, matched the president's presence completely. The way they sat and spoke felt like a meeting of equals. President Jin flipped through the proposal and pricing, then smiled. CEO Xiao, don't you think this price is a little steep? Xiao Yuan crossed his legs, Lounging back on the sofa. He casually twisted the ring on his finger, his tone flat. Mr. President, you have to account for our costs and the revenue this project will bring the country once it's complete. This price isn't high. President Jin closed the file and set it aside. He lifted the teacup beside his hand, removed the lid, and took a slow sip. He appeared to be thinking. Then he smiled again. CEO Xiao, you know the economy is struggling. Before I took office, the budget had been running deficits for years. How about this, cut your quote by 10%. A sharp glint crossed Xiao Yuan's narrowed eyes. He gave a mocking smile. 10% is 100 billion. Mr. President. You're swinging a pretty big knife there. President Jin gave a low chuckle. The Xiao Group is a massive conglomerate. Think of it as doing your part for the country. Xiao Yuan straightened slightly, his expression calm and unyielding. Mr. President, I'm a businessman. I can't do business at a loss. This oil field is overseas and offshore. You know how difficult that is to develop. And on top of that, there's the complicated international relations in that region. The risks I have to take come at a high price. President Jin's face turned serious. He knew Xiao Yuan was telling the truth, but the government needed every cent. He tried a different approach. How about a 5% cut? Xiao Yuan snorted inwardly. Did the president think they were haggling at a flea market? But his face remained smooth, betraying nothing. Mr. President, with a cut like that, the Xiao Group simply can't do it. Maybe you should try another conglomerate. President Jin quickly laughed it off. What are you saying? Of the 6 major conglomerates, the Xiao Group is the one I trust the most. Why would I go elsewhere? Fine, let's go with your proposal and your price. That little fox Xiao Yuan wouldn't yield an inch. The truth was, only the Xiao Group had the equipment and overseas connections to pull off this project. None of the others could. Xiao Yuan's lips curved. Mr. President, 3 years after the project is completed, it will bring the government hundreds of billions. Maybe even trillions in revenue. This deal won't be a loss. President Jin could only swallow his frustration. The 3-year wait was the problem. The fiscal deficit kept growing, and revenue showed no sign of recovery. Why else would the president of a country have to haggle over money like a market vendor? He forced a smile. I'll have my secretariat draft the contract. We'll arrange a signing ceremony. Xiao Yuan nodded. Whatever you wish, Mr. President. A warehouse on the outskirts of town. An Ruoxi lay on a worn-out mattress, her hands and feet bound. Wu Jingyi stood beside the mattress, arms crossed, her eyes full of cold malice. An Ruoxi, don't blame me for being ruthless. It's Xiao Yuan's fault for only having eyes for you. If I want to become the Lady of Taiping Mountain, I have to destroy you first. An Ruoxi's eyes stayed shut, but behind her back, her bound hands clenched into fists. So that was it, a fight over Xiao Yuan's affection. Wu Jingyi turned to the thug leader. What are you waiting for? Get the equipment set up. The leader waved at one of his men, who immediately began setting up recording gear with an eager grin. The leader stared at An Ruoxi's seemingly unconscious form and leered. This little thing looks so fragile that I wonder if she can even handle all 4 of us at once. What if she dies from the fun? Wu Jingyi let out a cold, dismissive snort. If she dies, she dies. She's an orphan with no family left. Who's going to come looking for her? Just clean things up afterward. Once Xiao Yuan can't find her, he'll forget her in a few days. Hearing that, the leader knew the boundaries were gone. He rubbed his hands together, face flushed with excitement. Damn, I've never had a woman this beautiful before. She's going to taste sweet. He lunged at the mattress. The other three stood nearby, practically vibrating with anticipation. But just as he dove down, An Ruoxi's eyes snapped open. She swung her bound legs up together and kicked him square in the chest. The towering, muscular thug, over 6 feet tall, flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground. The others froze, stunned. Wu Jingyi's heart hammered with fear. The drug should have knocked out an ox. How was An Ruoxi already awake? An Ruoxi rolled to a sitting position on the mattress, a trace of mocking disdain on her face. Want to touch me? Prove it. The leader scrambled to his feet, humiliated and furious. Guys, get her, she's dead today. Wu Jingyi's plan had failed. She shed all pretense, her face contorting with vicious intent. She can't leave here alive. Presidential Palace. After their official business wrapped up, Jin Hongde and Xiao Yuan stayed in the reception room, talking. Jin Hongde genuinely enjoyed these conversations. Xiao Yuan was only 25, but the man had an unusually sharp read on international affairs and domestic economic currents. More than once, Jin Hongde had walked away with a clarity that actually shaped his administrative decisions. They were deep in discussion when, "Daddy," a bright, sweet voice rang from the doorway. Jin Hongde looked up to see his daughter Jin Shiyuan sweeping in with a radiant smile that he put on a stern face. "We're discussing state business. What are you doing here?" But from the moment she'd stepped inside, Jin Shiyuan's eyes had locked onto Xiao Yuan. She walked toward her father, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "I heard Brother Yuan was here. I haven't seen him in so long. I just wanted to say hello." She cast a quick, coy glance at Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan smirked. "I'm not a movie star. What's there to look at?" Jin Shiyuan stared at him openly, not bothering to hide her crush. "Brother Yuan is better looking than any movie star." Jin Hongde frowned at his daughter's bluntness. "Aren't you embarrassed, acting like that at your age?" "I won't apologize for the truth." She pouted, looking adorably petulant. "Daddy, what were you and Brother Yuan talking about? Can I sit in and learn something?" Xiao Yuan rose from the couch, his tone flat. "We're done here." He buttoned his suit jacket and turned to Jin Hongde. "Mr. President, I'll take my leave." Jin Shiyuan's face fell before her father could speak. She hurried closer. "Brother Yuan, why are you leaving already? I barely got to say a word." Impatience flickered through Xiao Yuan's eyes, but he was in the presidential palace, so he kept it measured. "I have things to handle." Disappointment pooled in Jin Shiyuan's gaze. She looked up at him, pleading. "Brother Yuan, we haven't seen each other in so long. Can we have dinner tonight? I know this new restaurant that just opened. Everybody's talking about it. The food is incredible. Let's go together, okay?" At the mention of a good restaurant, Xiao Yuan's interest seemed to tick up a notch. "Is that the kind of place little girls get excited about?" Jin Shiyuan took that as a yes. "Exactly, the food is amazing. and the view is gorgeous as so many of my friends have been already, but I've been waiting to go with you. Something crossed Xiao Yuan's mind, the corner of his mouth curled faintly. He looked at her for a beat, then said, "No time." He nodded once at Jin Hongde. "Mr. President, until next time." Jin Shiyuan took a step after him. "Brother Yuan." "Shiyuan." Jin Hongde's cold voice stopped her. She could only watch Xiao Yuan walk away before turning back to her father with a pitiful expression. "Dad, did you even bring up the marriage alliance with him?" Jin Hongde sighed at the desperation on his daughter's face. "I've told you, Xiao Yuan is not the right match for you." He had seen it plainly just now. His daughter was the only one with feelings. Xiao Yuan felt nothing of the kind, and when Xiao Yuan didn't want something, no one on earth could force his hand, but Jin Shiyuan wouldn't let it go. Tears welled in her eyes. "I don't care. I want to marry brother Yuan. Daddy, you're the president, the most powerful man in the country. If you push for this, it can happen. Please, just try." The tears spilled over. Jin Hongde only had this one daughter. Years of work consuming his time meant he'd spoiled her, and now she was willful and entitled. He breathed a soft sigh. "I'll think of something." Jin Shiyuan broke into a smile and wrapped her arms around his, pressing her head against him. "Daddy's the best." He patted her head gently. Xiao Yuan was hard to manage, unpredictable, fierce, but the Xiao family conglomerate was vast. A marriage alliance would only make Jin Hongde's grip on the presidency that much more secure. Outside, Xiao Yuan slid into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Once he was settled, he said to Xiao Yi, "Find out what the hottest new restaurant in the capital is. Book the whole place for tonight." Xiao Yi blinked. No VIP guests on the schedule today. Then it clicked. The boss was planning a dinner date. Right away. He got on the phone immediately to make it happen. Xiao Yuan leaned back in the passenger seat, legs spread comfortably, and pulled out his phone. He fired off a quick text to An Ruoxi. "Dinner tonight." He stared at the chat. 5 minutes passed, no reply. He sent another, 10 minutes. Still nothing. A crease formed between his brows, irritation sparked. "Busy." The message vanished into silence. Something was wrong. He dialed her number. A cold, automated voice answered. "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." Xiao Yuan's grip on the phone tightened. His expression went dark. He called Li Feng. "Pull the GPS on An Ruoxi's car. Find out where she is." Every vehicle in Xiao Yuan's garage carried a satellite tracker. Wherever the car went, they could pinpoint it. Within minutes, Li Feng reported back. "Mr. Xiao, we've located Mizen's car on a remote back road outside the city. Records show it's been parked there for an extended period." Xiao Yuan's ink-black eyes turned to ice, a dangerous current running beneath the surface. Only two possibilities existed. Either An Ruoxi had ditched the car and run, or she was in danger. She'd been cooperating lately. It was unlikely she'd risk his anger by trying to escape. That left one option. Someone had her. The hand on his knee curled into a fist. His voice dropped to a chilling register. "Mobilize every asset I have. I want to know where An Ruoxi is before dark." An Ruoxi's wrists and ankles were still bound with rope. 4 burly men stared at her with hungry eyes, like she was a lamb to the slaughtered. Wu Jingyi stood with her arms crossed, watching coldly, barely hiding her smug satisfaction. Once An Ruoxi was ruined, Xiao Yuan would toss her aside. Then she'd do exactly what she'd done with his father, worm her way into Xiao Yuan's heart. Sooner or later, Xiao Yuan would fall at her feet. After all these years, she'd never failed when it came to handling. An Ruoxi's gaze turned icy as she looked at Wu Jingyi. They were both women. As far as she knew, she'd never done anything wrong to Wu Jingyi, and yet, for a man, she was willing to stoop this low, to destroy another woman. She decided to give Wu Jingyi one last chance. Her voice was cold. Wu Jingyi, if you let me go right now, I'll pretend this never happened. Wu Jingyi let out a soft, mocking laugh, a hand covering her mouth. Let's get one thing straight right now, you're the one on the chopping block, and I'm holding the knife. Don't talk to me like you're above me. Let you go, not a chance. What are you waiting for? Get to it. Take care of Miss N. She shot An Ruoxi a contemptuous look. A flash of murderous intent flickered in An Ruoxi's eyes. Find it if that's how you want it, don't blame me for playing rough. She wrenched her arms and legs apart. The ropes that had been tied tightly around her snapped like thread. The four thugs, who had been about to lunge at her, froze in shock. The leader smacked one of his men hard on the head. Damn it, where the hell did you buy that crap? It broke with just a little pull. The guy rubbed his head, looking hurt. I bought the best rope in the store, there's no way it's defective. The leader got even angrier. So you're saying this woman is so strong she snapped a thick rope like that? None of the four of us together could do that. Wu Jingyi was getting annoyed by the bickering. Her face hardened. Enough. Four of you can't handle one woman. Quit wasting time. The leader spat on the ground. We'll deal with you later, he muttered, turning back to An Ruoxi had already gotten up from the filthy mattress. She was about to make her move. Then the warehouse door swung open. A man and a woman walked in. The man had a wild mane of red curly hair, like a lion's mane struck by lightning. He stood 6'4", all muscle, dressed in tight black tactical gear. The woman wore a cute Lolita dress, a rabbit-shaped backpack, twin ponytails, and a lollipop dangling. From her mouth, the leader saw the little girl and rubbed his hands together. Another one here to play with us. The girl's face lit up with excitement. She pulled the lollipop out of her mouth and turned to the red-haired man. Big brother, it's lively here. The red-haired man frowned. Focus on the mission. Don't play around. Okay, she said with a nod. Her eyes swept across everyone's faces, then landed on An Ruoxi. She smiled sweetly. Found you. An Ruoxi's eyes narrowed with interest. The red-haired tyrant and the death god Lolita. Two of the top 5 assassins in the Dark Crow organization from Tsangming Prefecture. Finally meeting face to face. Wu Jingyi was furious that her plans were interrupted. She snapped at the 4 thugs. Don't let them mess this up, throw them out. The 4 men were paid by Wu Jingyi, so they followed orders. They stomped toward the newcomers, looking menacing. Hey, you two. Get lost if you don't want a beating. The little girl licked her lollipop, gazing up at the red-haired man with innocent eyes. Big brother, let me play first this time. Time me. He thought for a moment. Okay. Her face lit up visibly. She rummaged through her rabbit backpack and pulled out a small pink pistol. The thugs burst out laughing. Little girl, you want to play with a gun? Big brother's got one. We can have some fun. One of them made a lewd gesture. The girl twirled the little gun in her hand, still smiling, but her eyes held pure murder. Sure. Let's play now. In a flash, she raised the gun. Bang 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 bang, 4 shots in quick succession. The 4 thugs were still grinning when they dropped dead. One of them was so close to Wu Jingyi that warm blood splattered across her face. She screamed in terror, then passed out cold. The girl blew smoke from the muzzle. Looking pleased, she turned to the red-haired man. Big brother, did I get better? He didn't answer. Instead, he stared straight at An Ruoxi, his brow furrowed. Too calm. An Ruoxi stared back at him, a hint of mockery on her lips. Xiangming Prefecture's quail organization? The little girl puffed up angrily. We're Dark Crow. An Ruoxi shrugged. Looks like a quail to me. The girl erupted. Her twin ponytails bristled like a cat's tail. She raised her gun and fired wildly. I said Dark Crow, are you deaf? An Ruoxi dove to the side, then moved in a blur, closing the distance in an instant. Before the little girl could track her, her wrist was caught at the same time. An Ruoxi's other hand gripped her throat, slamming her down hard onto the floor. Dust kicked up. The girl let out a muffled groan, her face twisted in pain. Seeing this, the red-haired man threw a punch at An Ruoxi's face. A fist the size of a sledgehammer came at her like a gale. An Ruoxi released the girl and jumped back, dodging the blow. The red-haired man pulled the girl to her feet. There was a red mark on her neck. Her eyes were wide with fury. How are you so strong? The red-haired man's expression turned grim. Who are you? An Ruoxi had no reason to hide her identity. She knew they wouldn't tell anyone if word got out that 2 Dark Crow assassins lost to her. A lone killer, their reputation would be ruined. She spoke 3 words slowly. The Faceless. Both of them froze. You're a faceless assassin? The Faceless were an assassin organization from Xiangming once. Their name was even more feared than Dark Crows, but 4 years ago, their leader was killed, and the organization vanished from Xiangming. Its assassins scattered. The little girl sneered. A fallen organization, nothing to brag about. Let me tell you, we're here to take your life today. If you don't want to suffer, surrender now. An Ruoxi let out a soft laugh. Oh, is that so? In a blur, she was in front of the little girl, slapping her hard across the face. Before they could react, she was already beside the red-haired man, driving her foot into his stomach. He had anticipated it and blocked her strike. A cold glint flashed in An Ruoxi's eyes. She pulled her leg back instantly and followed up with a spinning kick. Too fast, too fluid, the red-haired man couldn't react in time. The kick landed hard against his ribs, and he grunted in pain. Neither of them underestimated her anymore. Something was wrong. The red-haired man's voice was tense. What number were you in the Faceless? The Faceless meant people with no identity. All assassins were assigned numbers based on their entry order. He asked because 4 years ago, the number 17 of the Faceless had killed their leader. Not only had she taken down the leader single-handedly, but she'd also eliminated a dozen of his closest men. She was terrifyingly strong. As long as she wasn't number 17, they'd be fine. But An Ruoxi's answer shattered that hope. I'm number 17. The red-haired man and the girl both froze at An Ruoxi's words. Their reactions split in opposite directions. The red-haired man's jaw tightened, every instinct screaming caution. The girl's eyes blazed. Pure, unfiltered excitement. She stepped closer, practically vibrating. You're faceless? You're my idol, I'm your biggest fan. The red-haired man grabbed her arm, his voice low. Forget the mission much? She shot him a glare sharp enough to cut. Mission. Look around, can you beat her? Can I? He said nothing, faceless of the blood-mooned An Ruoxi. That name meant the top of the assassin rankings. Second place wasn't even in the rearview mirror. Her most legendary hit, solo against a fully armed terrorist cell. Blood Moon sent 10 operatives. None of them came back. If anyone had known the target was faceless, no one in Tianming would have taken the job. So what was she doing in Imperial City? And Xiao Yi watched the two of them, a faint smile tugging at her lips. They didn't want to fight? Fine. She'd save her strength. She crossed her arms, utterly at ease. How about a deal? The red-haired man stared at her, wary and silent. The girl nodded so fast her head nearly blurred. Yes, yes, name it, faceless. And Xiao Yi laid out her terms. They walked away. She forgot they were ever here. I'm in, the girl said instantly. The red-haired man cut her a look. 0 principles around her idol. But he knew the truth that if they fought, they'd both end up dead. And if Faceless was offering a clean exit without breaking the assassin code, they couldn't afford to refuse. He gave a terse nod. Fine. And Xiao Yi said, then let's move. Before they finished, running footsteps erupted from the warehouse entrance. Xiao Yi assumed it was her people. She flicked a glance at the other two. When they come through, you go. The words barely left her mouth before a squad of mercenaries poured through the door. The red-haired man and the girl bolted for the far exit. Xiao Yi turned toward the newcomers and froze. This wasn't the police, and it sure as hell wasn't the press. It was Xiao Yi. His face was a thunderhead as he strode into the warehouse, mercenaries at his back. The second he spotted her standing there covered in blood, his eyes went hard. He crossed the distance in 3 strides. Are you hurt? Where? His hands landed on her shoulders, gaze sweeping over her fast and frantic. Xiao Yi's head throbbed. He was here. How was she supposed to stage this now? Her entire plan had just been drop-kicked. Before she could recalculate, more footsteps rang out from outside. Freeze, police. The cops had arrived. Xiao Yi shoved his hands away and stumbled back 2 steps, putting clean distance between them. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. She saw the flash of anger in his eyes. She just pushed him off like he was nothing. Uniformed officers filled the warehouse entrance. Behind them, cameras clicked and flashed. Xiao Yi's face shifted instantly. She grabbed Xiao Yi's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sir, please, help me, someone tried to kill me. Xiao Yi's gaze settled on her, unreadable. So now she was putting on a show. His assistant moved fast to intercept the police, delivering a clipped summary under his breath. The lead officer wiped sweat from his forehead. They'd responded to a kidnapping report. They hadn't expected to run headfirst into the head of the Xiao conglomerate. He'd never met the man in person, but Xiao Yi's reputation was national. With him standing right there, no one dared make a move without thinking twice. The reporters had no such self-preservation instinct. Cameras up, they fired away. Holy crap! A tip said the fallen and group heiress was being hunted, a big story on its own, but finding this kind of player on the scene too? Getting them in the same frame would be explosive. His assistant moved to block the lenses, same as before. Xiao Yi shot him a look. Let them shoot. And Xiao Li's stomach dropped. He'd already seen straight through her. The reporters surged forward, but they were smart enough not to aim directly at Xiao Yi. They trained their cameras on An Ruoxi and the four bodies sprawled across the floor. She might be the disgraced heiress, but the public devoured high society scandals. A shot of her soaked in blood would go nuclear. An Ruoxi sobbed for the cameras, eyes red and swollen. A reporter called out, "Miss An, do you have any idea who was behind this?" Her tears fell harder. "I don't know who, but I managed to secretly record what the killers said. Listen." She pulled a voice recorder from her pocket and hit play. Voices rang through the warehouse. "Please, don't kill me, I'll give you money." Money? What can a disgraced heiress offer compared to what our employer's paying? "I've never wronged anyone. Why does your employer want me dead?" "You're already dead, so we'll give you this much. It's your name. Think about whose path you're blocking, who feels threatened." "I'm just the last woman standing in my family. Who could I possibly threaten?" "You still don't get it. You pull up the roots. As long as you're alive. The An group." "Shut up, enough, finish her now." A scuffle. The recording cut. An Ruoxi tucked the recorder away, shoulders shaking. If those kidnappers hadn't accidentally taken Mr. Xiao's girlfriend along with me, and if Mr. Xiao hadn't gotten here in time, I would be dead right now. As she finished, Wu Jingyi, who'd been passed out, stirred awake at the noise. Her eyes found Xiao Yi, and every drop of color drained from her face. An Ruoxi saw her glance at the four bodies, and a new calm settled over her features. No witnesses left. Whatever An Ruoxi claimed, as long as Wu Jingyi denied it, Xiao Yi wouldn't touch her. Not with his aunt standing between them. Wu Jingyi let out a pitiful cry. "Mr. Xiao, save me." Every camera in the room swung toward her. Holy crap! Xiao Yi's girlfriend, another monster headline. Would they even be allowed to air this? Didn't matter. Shoot now, figure it out later. Xiao Yi's jaw tightened as he stared at An Ruoxi. She could almost hear the word he was biting back. Girlfriend? She felt the heat of his gaze but refused to meet it. All she could do was pray he wouldn't blow this whole thing apart. To her relief, he said nothing. The police captain approached, glancing nervously at Xiao Yi before addressing An Ruoxi. "Miss An, since you reported the incident, we'll need you to come down to the station to give a formal statement." She nodded through her tears, every inch the traumatized victim, and followed the officers out. Wu Jingyi scrambled to her feet and rushed toward Xiao Yi. "Mr. Xiao, thank you for saving me." She reached for his hand before her fingers could brush his skin. He shot her a look that stopped her cold. She stumbled backward, heart hammering in her throat. 2 hours later, An Ruoxi walked out of the police station. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through the news as she went. The reporters worked fast. In the time it took her to give a statement, the story had already hit the trending list and was still climbing. Former An group heiress kidnapped. Former An group heiress missing for 4 years, kidnapped. Only survivor of former An group, kidnapped. 2 more tags followed. Rapid-fire recorded call with kidnappers. An group stock plunging. An Shangxing and An Shangnan, brothers. Thousands of comments were already piling up underneath. Holy shit. I thought the whole An family was dead. I didn't know there was still a daughter alive. She disappears for 4 years, then the second she shows up she gets kidnapped. Something's fishy. No kidding. Somebody's terrified she came back. Wait, are you saying that car accident 4 years ago wasn't an accident? Someone planned it? Obviously. You think powerhouse families don't have dirty secrets? I listened to that recording. Does this tie back to the current An group? The public's not blind. Look at their stock already tanking. They're blood brothers, and they'd still pull something like that. An Ruoxi watched the comment threads and let a cold smile curl her lips. She'd had people subtly steer the conversation. Now everyone was pointing at An Shongxing Tskn Shongxing. Do you like your gift? By tomorrow, he'd be standing in front of the shareholders, but that wasn't her real goal. Her real goal was clawing her way back into the An family. With that thought, she shut off her phone and slid it into her pocket. The moment she stepped out of the police station, a Rolls-Royce pulled up. Directly in front of her. The rear window rolled down slowly. Xiao Yuan's face was unreadable. Get in. An Ruoxi's fingers curled. She walked around and got in from the other side. The car pulled away smoothly. Silence filled the back seat. Up front, Li Feng could feel the cold radiating behind him. It was sharper than the AC. He shifted in his seat. He turned to look at An Ruoxi. Miss An, are you okay? You have no idea, when Mr. Xiao couldn't reach you, he nearly lost it. He mobilized every connection in the capital to track you down. I have never seen him like that. Xiao Yuan shot him a sharp look. Running your mouth. But Li Feng caught the tone, no real bite behind it. His heart lifted. Guess I called it right. If Mr. Xiao won't say it himself, someone's got to do it for him. The sooner Mr. Xiao wins Miss An over, the easier our lives get, right? An Ruoxi looked at Xiao Yuan, caught off guard. So that's why he'd found her so fast. He'd used every resource he had. She parted her lips. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Yuan glanced at her, lazy and detached, and said nothing. They returned to Taiping Mountain. The moment they stepped inside, Wu Ma rushed over in tears. Ah Yuan, you have to get justice for my niece. Xiao Yuan's brows pulled together as he looked toward Wu Jingyi, standing off to the side. Her eyes were red. She was still wearing clothes stained with blood, fragile and pitiful. Justice for what? His voice gave nothing away. Wu Ma glared at An Ruoxi and jabbed a finger at her. She's a poisonous woman. She hired men to ruin Jingyi's purity. An Ruoxi almost laughed out loud. She hadn't even settled scores with Wu Jingyi yet, and here they were, flipping the whole thing around on her. Unbelievable. Wu Jingyi caught her aunt's cue and stepped forward, tears brimming in her eyes as she tugged at her sleeve. Auntie, I'm fine. Miss An must have her reasons. Don't blame her. On the surface, it was sweet and forgiving, but the glance she shot An Ruoxi was pure challenge. Back at Taiping Mountain, she'd told her aunt everything, how she'd set up the kidnapping and how it had all gone sideways. She'd been terrified An Ruoxi would tell Xiao Yuan, so she'd begged her aunt to save her, but her aunt saw it as an opening. Since the kidnappers were dead and couldn't talk, why not pin it all on An Ruoxi? Let Xiao Yuan see just how vicious she was and turn him against her for good. Wu Jingyi figured she was dead either way, might as well gamble. That was how this whole act started. Xiao Yuan had figured everything at the warehouse was An Ruoxi's doing. He hadn't cared why Wu Jingyi was there, but now that Wu Ma brought it up, a flicker of curiosity lit his eyes. He turned to An Ruoxi, amused. Nothing to say. An Ruoxi couldn't care less whether Xiao Yuan thought she was a monster, but Wu Jingyi had schemed against her. She wasn't letting that slide. They'd come to her doorstep. Fine. She'd settle it all right now. A faint smile touched her lips. She stepped closer to Wu Jingyi. Wasn't it you who invited me to the orphanage for charity work? You hired 4 men to kidnap me. You tried to destroy me. And now you have the nerve to twist the truth. Wu Jingyi's eyes flickered. She shrank behind her aunt, voice trembling on the edge of tears. Miss An, how can you slander me like that? You were the one who invited me to the orphanage. Why else would you bring all those donations when I brought nothing? An Ruoxi watched the pathetic, manipulative act and found it almost amusing. So showing up empty-handed at the orphanage had been the setup all along, and no wonder there hadn't been any servants around when Wu Jingyi had invited her at the restaurant. Miss Wu, An Ruoxi said coldly, you're very good at lying through your teeth. Aren't you afraid the truth will bite back? A flash of panic crossed Wu Jingyi's face. Wu Ma caught it and jumped in fast. Miss An, Jingyi just arrived in the capital. She doesn't know a soul here. How would she go donate to an orphanage? You, on the other hand, you grew up here. Your family ran charity events for years. It makes a lot more sense that you dragged my niece out there. You can't smear her just because she's kind and innocent. And now you tried to ruin her. What kind of person does that? She spun toward Xiao Yuan, shaking with indignation. Yuan, keeping this poisonous woman on Taiping Mountain, who knows when she'll turn on you? 2. Throw her out now, before it's too late. Xiao Yuan looked down and slowly turned the ring on his finger. His voice came out dark. People who try to play games under my nose don't just get thrown off Taiping Mountain. Wu Ma and Wu Jingyi felt a chill slide down their spines, but they were in too deep to back out now. Wu Jingyi's voice jumped higher. I have proof. She pulled out her phone and flipped through several photos. These are pictures of An Ruoxi donating supplies. There's one with the orphanage director. If she wasn't planning the whole thing, why would she have all this ready in advance? She used charity as an excuse to lure me to some remote location so she could destroy me. Miss An, I'm just a little prettier than average. I never threatened your place on Taiping Mountain. Why couldn't you stand me? Why did you have to hurt me like this? An Ruoxi had never met anyone so utterly shameless. She was done playing their game. A cold smirk touched her lips. Funny you mention it, because I have proof too.